Is now 7:03. I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herring is absent and excused. Commissioner Floyd.
Present.
Councilmember Killings.
Present.
Councilmember Cabana.
Present.
Councilmember Bonales.
Present.
Vice Mayor is absent and excused. Mayor Adams.
Present. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mayor, for the record, Commissioner Herring is on her way up now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please let me know how many speaker cards have been submitted due to the number of speakers and as allowed by City Council procedures, along with the concurrence of City Council? Public comment for tonight may be reduced to 2 minutes, depending on how many you have.
41 right now, ma'am.
41. Okay. Thank you. We'll take count again when we get to that portion of the agenda. We will now meet as a Housing Authority Board. We'll take our first consideration item, adoption of a Housing Authority resolution to amend Housing Authority budget to allocate and appropriate funds and to authorize Executive Director to execute a forgivable loan, associated transaction documents with Village of Hope Pittsburgh LLC to support the construction of transitional age youth housing at 5301 Crooker Pass Road. We have Ashani Rasanayagam, I think I said it correct, Administrative Analyst doing the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Chair and board members of the Housing Authority. Tonight, I'm presenting a request to approve a $500,000 forgivable loan agreement and a corresponding budget amendment to support the Village of Hope Pittsburgh Transition Age Youth Housing Project. So this project will create a 15-unit permanent supportive housing community specifically designed for transition age youth, or TAY, between the ages of 18 and 24 who are experiencing housing instability or are at risk of homelessness. The project will be developed by Village of Hope Pittsburgh LLC, managed by Hope Solutions, and will be located at 5305 Crooker Pass Road. And the development represents a collaborative partnership between Hope Solutions, the City of Pittsburgh, and the Pittsburgh Church of the Nazarene and other funding partners, all working together to address the needs for safe, stable housing opportunities for young adults in our community. And the goal of this project is to provide not only a place to live, but a supportive environment where young adults can build the foundation needed to achieve stability, the self-sufficiency, and a successful transition into adulthood. As we know from data collected on homelessness, youth experiencing homelessness often face significant barriers as they transition into adulthood. They are also among the most vulnerable population, making early intervention and stable housing especially important. This project combines permanent affordable housing with on-site supportive services, including case management and mental health resources to help residents achieve long-term housing stability and independence. So they provide the full wraparound service. Moving on to the site and the land use, the project is located on approximately 0.8 acres owned by the Pittsburgh Church of the Nazarene at 5305 Crooker Pass Road. The area outlined in red identifies the location of the proposed buildings, while the area outlined in orange indicates the designated parking spaces. Rather than purchasing the property, Hope Solutions has secured the site through a long-term ground lease with the church. And the church's contribution is limited to the land itself and does not include the project's construction, infrastructure, or regulatory costs. The next few slides show renderings providing an overview of the proposed site layout and architectural design. This is an aerial view of the buildings facing Kirker Pass Road and the parking spaces behind it. And this is the side entrance. This is the entrance to the project from Castlewood Drive, and it gives a better picture of the units. There are 15 in total. And this gives a close-up of each individual unit. Moving on to the project financing. The total development cost is approximately $11.7 million, funded through a combination of county, federal, and local funding sources. As you can see, Hope Solutions has assembled a diverse funding package from multiple public and private partners to make this project possible. These partners include Hope Solutions' own capital campaign, Contra Costa Health, the Bezos Day One Family Fund, Measure X funding, home funds, and additional funding foundation support. The Housing Authority's contribution is structured as a forgivable loan of up to $500,000, funded entirely through Housing Successor Agency funds. So to give a little bit more detail of the Housing Authority loan, so the Housing Authority is providing Hope Solutions with a forgivable loan not to exceed $500,000, funded through Housing Successor Agency funds. These funds will be used to cover eligible project costs, including the developer's municipal engineering and building permit fees. And the loan is structured as a performance-based loan with a 20-year term and 0% interest. The loan will be forgiven in 2 equal stages, 50% on the 10th anniversary of the disbursement and the remaining 50% on the 20th anniversary, provided the project remains in full compliance with all applicable loan requirements and continues to operate as affordable housing for transition-age youth. This structure ensures the city's investment remains tied to the long-term affordability, compliance, and continued success of the project. Because Hope Solutions leases the land rather than owning, its staff made sure to develop additional protections to safeguard the Housing Authority's investment. The tri-party agreement provides the Church of the Nazarene's consent for the city's security documents to remain attached to the property. This ensures that the leasehold deed of trust, regulatory agreement, and CFD annexations remain enforceable. And these documents also help to ensure the city's investment remains protected throughout the life of the loan. And moving on to the governing agreements. So the city's investment is secured through 5 legal agreements. The first one is a forgivable loan agreement that establishes the loan terms and forgiveness provisions. Then the second one will be the promissory note that evidences the borrower's repayment obligation should the loan become due. And the third one is the leasehold deed of trust that secures the Housing Authority's interest in the leasehold land. And number 4 is a regulatory agreement that requires the property to remain dedicated to transition-age youth housing for the required affordability period. And finally, the tri-party agreement that provides the additional protections necessary because the project is located on leased land rather than land owned by the developer. At the same time, the staff is seeking approval for the loan. The staff is also requesting approval of a budget amendment appropriating $500,000 in Housing Successor Agency funds. And these funds will be encumbered concurrently with the execution of the loan documents. I want to clarify that because the loan is funded entirely by Housing Successor Agency fund, there is no impact on the general fund. So the recommendation for tonight is for staff is recommending the adoption of the resolution authorizing the executive director to execute the forgivable loan agreement and all associated documents, and to approve the budget amendment appropriating $500,000 in Housing Successor Agency funds for the project. This concludes my presentation, but before the board takes action on this item, I would like to invite Jasmine Tarkov. She is a strategic initiatives consultant with Hope Solutions to give a few remarks on this project. Jasmine has led the development of Village of Hope over the past 4 years, working closely with the city, the Pittsburgh Church of the Nazarene, and all the other funding partners to bring this project to fruition. And once Jasmine concludes, I will be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Ashani. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to be here this evening. I'm joined by Emily Barrow, our Housing Development Manager, Tanya Ford Goins, our Services Manager, and Pastor Stacy Dick, co-pastor of the Pittsburgh Church of the Nazarene. Thank you for being here. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the City of Pittsburgh, the Housing Authority Board, and all of the key departmental city staff for your partnership over the past 4 years. It has truly been a privilege to work alongside so many of you to bring Village of Hope to this moment. Mayor Adams, your recent remarks at our community meeting captured the spirit of this project and reminded us all why this work is so important. Tonight, you have the opportunity to take the next important step in bringing Village of Hope to life. Your approval of this $500,000 forgivable loan is far more than a financing decision. It's a strategic investment in a strong public and private partnership that brings together public agencies, healthcare partners, foundations, the Pittsburgh Church of the Nazarene, private donors, and Hope Solutions, helping to unlock more than $23 million in housing, services, and long-term operations over the next 20 years. I'd also like to recognize the Pittsburgh Church of the Nazarene. Their commitment goes far beyond just providing land. Faith communities have long been bringing people together, creating places of belonging, places of hope, and places of connection. This is truly what community development looks like at its very best. It takes a village to build a village. At Hope Solutions, we know that housing is the foundation for stability. When paired with supportive services, it becomes a pathway to lasting independence. Without stable housing and supportive services, young adults experiencing homelessness are 6 times more likely to become chronically homeless adults. That is why this investment matters. Together, we aren't simply constructing cottages, we're building futures. When we invest in housing, we're investing in healthier families, in stronger workforces, in safer neighborhoods, and in a more resilient community. So I want to thank you for your vision. Pittsburgh is demonstrating what visionary local leadership looks like, bringing partners together to create lasting solutions. Village of Hope reflects the kind of community Pittsburgh chooses to be, one that believes every young person deserves the opportunity to thrive. I'm happy to remain for questions.
Thank you for your remarks, and thank you for the presentation. I did have the opportunity of going to the Church of the Nazarene and learning about more of this. Well, I've watched your work in other communities and so excited that you're here. Having lived in other places, we know that our youth are the most vulnerable. If you are a former foster youth, trans, or just alone, like these type of developments are really what help youth get on their way. So thank you for that. With that, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on the presentation? Councilmember Killings?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I know it was talked about that the site was secured for a long-term ground lease. And can we just share, I may have missed it, how long that lease is? Is it just the 20 years that we're talking about?
Yes, correct. That 55, the loan is going to be for 20 years, yeah.
Okay. And then, is there anything, and this may be for the developers and the operators, just in terms of, I see the 11 million that is here, and then you had just alluded to a 23 million in investment. Can you share in terms of, it's 11 million just for the development of the site?
Yes.
23 million is for,
So another 11.5 is for the 20-year operating budget, yes. So that's how we got to about 23 million, right?
okay. And can you share just a little bit about, I guess, the ongoing operations of the site? What
Of
what
course.
that all entails?
So we're anticipating project-based vouchers for each of the units. We've been in close working relationship with the Pittsburgh Housing Authority. We've submitted a subsidy layering review, and we anticipate to hear back from the Housing Authority any day now. In addition, tenants provide somewhere between 30 and 50% of any income that they have toward rent. So those two income streams together fund the operating for case management, property management, et cetera.
And the vouchers will be to the individuals or to the units?
To the units.
Okay. I do just have additional questions, I guess, just overall in terms of maintenance of the property, overall, just in terms of upkeep, in terms of management. Is that baked in? I know we talked about kind of the social service aspect.
Yes.
But just overall in terms of the operations, the maintenance, the landscaping of the site, can you share just a little bit about that, or the budget that goes towards that annually?
So we have definitely been very thoughtful about that. Hope Solutions is not new to this council. Hope Solution has been operating in this county for over 30 years. We just in the last year provided over 15,000 hours of intense services to over 4,000 clients. I would consider Hope Solutions one of the preeminent services providers as well as property managers for Village of Hope. We will have a permanent on-site manager during the day, and that property management will take care of all of the maintenance and work very closely together with case management.
And can you just share a little bit about just the success metrics or what you have seen in terms of operations with the other communities that you're in, as we're looking at the 15 units? Can you just share, I guess, what success looks like, the average time that somebody would stay in a unit, and, you know, in terms of transition
Sure.
from, you know, the property or the program to self-sufficiency, if you could just share some of that.
So I might need to invite one of my colleagues up, but some of the data and impact data that I want to share with you is that 80% of our clients, of our household clients, exited permanent housing. 96% of our households in prevention and diversion programs retained their housing, and 91% of permanent supportive housing clients maintained or increased their income. When we think about youth, 100% of the youth that we serve advanced to the next grade level, and 100% of our youth showed marked growth in reading levels. For the Village of Hope for transition age youth, obviously the supportive services are going to be very focused on education, on jobs, on job training, on self-sufficiency, and developing a sense of independence. One of the things that is so exciting about this project is that we actually included an auxiliary building, which is really a site that has a resource center in it, a computer room where we believe that's going to be the future for these young people to be able to develop a resume, learn about AI, all of the things that are so important today. So we're very excited about the opportunity, and I have a high degree of confidence in Hope Solutions' ability to support these young people.
Councilmember Kabata?
Hi, yes, I'm going back to the time of, do they age out, or how long do they get to stay? Or is it, do they have to complete the program, or how does that?
So this is permanent housing, and everybody is on their own timeline. They are working very, very closely with a case manager, and that case manager is going to work with that young person to help them to figure out that next chapter in their life.
Will they also be able to hold jobs? Are they allowed to have their own jobs as well, or do they are required to stay in classes all day, or how does that?
I don't believe that there's a requirement related to job versus education. I think that's specific to the case management plan. Do I have that right? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Benales?
Yes, through the mayor, thank you. This is a question for staff. I know we're here to talk about the loan agreement from the Housing Authority, but can you give me a status or give us a status on the land use entitlements for this project?
I'm sorry, on what?
The land use entitlements?
So we have, our loan is going to be tied to a long-term lease on the land. So.
Yeah, I'll step in. Councilmember Benales, if I'm understanding the question correctly, this project has already gone through the entire entitlement process, gone before the Planning Commission. It's received all of its design review entitlements. It's been reviewed for traffic, ingress and egress, all of those types of things. So it has received everything it needs. It has not received building permits yet, I don't believe. You have received, they've also received building and engineering permits.
Great, thank you.
I think I have a follow-up question myself. So one question is, what's the anticipated construction timeline for the project, and when could young people begin moving in?
Thank you for that question. So we anticipate beginning construction in late August or early September. We're looking at an 8-month construction period, and we anticipate move-in in the spring of 2027.
Okay, thank you. And then follow-up, how would you source or find the youth to move into the?
Hope Solutions works very closely with the county's coordinated entry system, and we'll be counting on referrals from the coordinated entry system. And then we'll be doing their next level of assessment for fit for the community.
Okay, great, thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
One more follow-up. Councilmember Kabata?
One more follow-up question, please. In terms of construction, you said 8 months, correct?
Correct.
And would that be union labor?
It is prevailing wage.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Killings?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I guess follow up on Councilmember Kabata's question. So there is no requirement for program participation to stay in the units. Is that what I heard correctly?
Forgive me, can you repeat the question, please?
Are there program requirements for those that are staying in the units for being able to stay effectively? So must they participate in the job program,
Tanya,
the case management, the?
Yeah, so they have to participate in the programs. I think that the partnership is very close between the case manager and the residents, and so participation is part of the expectation.
Okay. And is there, and once again, just trying to fully understand, so if someone didn't want to participate, are there any cases, I don't want to necessarily use the word eviction, but where certain behaviors or certain instances will say, hey, this isn't going to work in this program or development?
Hope Solutions, like I said, has a very long history of managing affordable housing communities and units. They have a proper lease with the tenants. There are community rules, and they manage this with professionalism and ensure that there's compliance and that there are consequences to bad behavior.
Okay. And I guess this is a question for both staff and Hope Solutions. So with this loan, is it tied, I know it's tied with certain aspects of the program. Is it also tied to Hope Solutions operating the program? Or if 20 years or so goes by and Hope Solutions moves on, would somebody else then be able to come in and serve as the program
I can answer
operator?
that. So there's actually a provision that protects the city. If Hope Solutions were to default and not be able to continue to operate the Village of Hope, there's a provision that allows the city to step in and to select a new provider.
Through the mayor, that is all correct. The loan is assignable. So if Hope Solutions was to either be taken over by another entity, the loan could be assigned. with the city's discretion. After 20 years, or when the loan is repaid and that agreement is no longer in place, that would be between HUD and Hope Solutions to determine who the operator would be at that point. But for the life of the loan, I believe it could be assigned by Hope Solutions. If somebody else were to take over, they would be bound to provide the same services and maintain the facility for transition age youth.
Yeah, and I guess just my comments in that is that that's where some of my reservation comes from, in terms of long-term, in terms of how the property will be maintained, services continuously being provided. Right now, we're saying this 20 years, and if within the 20 years something changes, then we go through a process of looking for another operator. I do lift up, I know this isn't a home key project. To my understanding, this isn't home key, but kind of in that same vein, how we work with the property and the service providers to make sure that things are properly being maintained and certain elements aren't becoming visible or becoming a nuisance in the area. And it's never about particular individuals or painting a broad brush, but it is about how are we looking ahead to mitigate certain things that we've kind of already had some experiences with in some key corridors within our community. So I really want to make sure that that's addressed in terms of the expectation and the standard for how things are regulated and overall the services being provided, that it's not creating some type of nuisance in the neighborhood. That's my overall concern, and I'm trying to make sure that the language that we have here with this, as it's tied to the $500,000 that the successor agency is going to be providing, that we've looked at it and we feel comfortable as staff and as a city that we have the regulations and the standards that are in place, that we strongly believe that we're not going to have to deal with any of those type of nuisances.
Thank you, Councilmember Killings. Completely understand. I would clarify one thing. At the end of 20 years, the city would not have a role in selecting the operator. We are providing a loan. We were approached at one point about doing this as a project home key, which would bind the city to potentially make sure that there's an operator in place. We worked with Hope Solutions. That's not the avenue we're taking. They've found other opportunities to fund this. We are a portion of that for our fees particularly. So we would not have a role in selecting the operator, particularly after the 20-year loan is up. Beyond that, and even during the 20 years, the municipal code is what we would have to ensure that this is maintained from an aesthetic perspective as best it can. They will be paying into our community facilities districts for public safety services, so our police will definitely be working with them. I'm sure there's a component, and they can speak to this, of working with our public safety personnel to ensure that folks are not causing any issues that would be detrimental to the larger neighborhood in this area. That being said, Councilmember, completely understand, and we'll definitely make sure that we're relying and pointing to the municipal code to make sure this is maintained. It will be subject to our, well, actually it won't, it will be a housing authority project, so it'll be subject to reviews under the housing authority, which are more frequent than even under our rental inspection program. And that is something that we'll make sure is taking place throughout the term of the loan as well as beyond that.
And I know that it was brought up that there will be, I guess there's already conversations about housing vouchers being provided to this site. Are there additional requirements or things that we can put in place as a result of that?
That's definitely something that we can look into. I don't have the answer for you right now, council member, but we can definitely look into these agreements and look to see if, as part of the housing vouchers, we can ensure that certain standards are maintained. I would say that any unit that receives a housing voucher does have an expectation, both from HUD and from the Pittsburgh Housing Authority, to maintain a certain standard, but we can definitely work with Hope Solutions if we need to memorialize that to ensure that it's in place.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kabata?
Yes, I do have another question, I'm sorry. That is on the church property, and right behind the church is a small complex for seniors.
Correct.
Were the seniors made aware of this project, and were they given a chance to chime in regards to this?
Yes, we actually hosted a community event maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we were delighted. The staff from that community came, met with us. We made connections. Tanya was there, as was one of our other folks from property management, and we feel that we have a great communication, and they are looking forward to our being there.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You have another comment? Yes.
Okay, my question is that I heard you speaking about the case manager. The youth that are applying and coming in, are they already in like in maybe a group home? Or they're just youth that you have someplace that you're looking for from the church? Because I constantly hear you saying their case worker would be a part of their selection.
So forgive me if I confused those topics, but the referrals for any of the clients for Village of Hope will be coming through the county's coordinated entry system. So Hope Solutions works very closely with the county on this. In terms of case management, there will be a full-time case manager at Village of Hope working with the clients of Village of Hope.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herring. Any other comments? Okay,
I'd like to make a comment.
yes,
Madam
Commissioner
Mayor,
Floyd.
thank you. Thank you for all the positive, encouraging words of our verbal push as commissioners to have programs that assist our community that is so needed at present. So it's quite encouraging, and it's really, really effective to hear for what we do. So thank you for speaking
Thank
to that
you.
cause.
And I know Hope Solutions takes great pride in the
Yes.
work that they do
Yes.
over the years. They care very, very deeply about their reputation.
Yes.
And this is very important work to them. So we will do everything that we can to make sure that this is a great success, mainly because of the young people that will be there.
Well, I can definitely second what you just said about Hope
Thank you.
Solutions. So yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, we'll move the matter forward. What is the pleasure of the board today? Can we have a motion? Second? If
I
we're
will
at
make
that
the
place.
motion that we accept the proposal.
And I second the motion for the proposal.
Okay, please cast your votes.
Oh, I could say.
Let's see. Okay.
That's the second step.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. We will now
And
move on.
Madam Mayor, just for the record, the vote shows that Angelica Lopez voted. She's absent and not in attendance, so I just want to make sure
capture that.
our city clerk will note that. I heard her say back. So I just wanted to make sure that for the record, She is absent and did not vote.
Thank you. All right. We will move on to Housing Authority Consent Calendar, item number 2. What is the pleasure of the board on the consent calendar?
I make the motion that we accept the calendar. Yes?
And I second the motion that we accept the calendar.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. There we go. Motion passes unanimously, and the consent calendar is approved. Thank you. Do any Housing Authority board members have remarks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to make a remark. Grateful to see all the people here at our meeting so that they can see the progression and the care that we look forward to in helping the community have housing and the basics of everyday need in their life. So that is my remark at present. Thank you for allowing me to make that remark, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. If there are no further comments, the Housing Authority Board meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now meet as the City Council. This evening, we have a couple of proclamations. So I'll be reading the Think Pittsburgh and Port Chicago commemoration proclamations, and then I'll ask my colleagues to join me on the floor for photos. At this time, I'd like to invite Antonio Velasquez, owner and head instructor of Payback Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Academy, to the front as a recipient of the Think Pittsburgh proclamation, and Yuli Padmore, and I believe Mr. Scotty's here also, as a recipient of the Port Chicago commemoration proclamation. Right, welcome. I will first read the Payback Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Academy proclamation, and it reads, whereas the City of Pittsburgh takes great pride in celebrating the small businesses that define our community's character, strengthen our local economy, and exemplify the pursuit of quality and integrity in their craft. And whereas Payback Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Academy stands as a valued community asset dedicated to the art of jiu-jitsu while instilling in its students the enduring values of discipline, respect, perseverance, and personal growth. And whereas the owner and head instructor, Antonio Velasquez, is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt whose 14 years of devotion to the art, 10 of them spent teaching, reflect a rare mastery matched only by his commitment and passing it on. The Academy proudly welcomes students of all ages, offering both adult and youth classes at its new home at 583 West 10th Street in Old Town Pittsburgh. We love that you're there. Through its dedication of teaching the art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and building character throughout the community, this academy embodies the very spirit of Think Pittsburgh. Be it proclaimed, therefore, that I, Mayor Dion Adams, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pittsburgh, do hereby recognize Payback Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Academy for your outstanding contributions to the community, and to thank you for exemplifying the values of Think Pittsburgh through the quality of your craft and your devotion to the community. So congratulations. And then secondly, we have a proclamation for Port Chicago commemoration. And it reads, whereas on July 17, 2024, the 80th anniversary of the disaster, the United States Navy formally exonerated 256 African-American sailors, including the Port Chicago 50, concluding that their courts-martial were marred by fundamental injustice and significant legal errors. Therefore, restoring in the official record the honor these heroes had long held in the public eyes. And whereas the Port Chicago Naval Magazine National Memorial, established by Congress and administered by the National Park Service, preserves this history and stands as a place of remembrance for our community and region. And whereas the sacrifice of those who perished, the moral courage of those who stood against injustice, and the enduring lessons of Port Chicago remain deeply meaningful to the city of Pittsburgh and our residents, who each July join in commemorating this history and honoring all those touched by these events. I had the opportunity to attend one this weekend, and it was beautiful. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Dion Adams, Mayor of the City of Pittsburgh, on behalf of the City Council, hereby honor the memory of the lives lost in the Port Chicago disaster and recognize the enduring legacy and vindicated honor of the Port Chicago 50, and hereby declare July 17, 2026 as Port Chicago Day in the city of Pittsburgh, and encourage all residents to reflect upon the sacrifice, the courage, and the pursuit of justice that this day presents. Congratulations. If you would give remarks, and if you'd like to give remarks too, we would love to hear from you as well. But we will defer to Mr. Scotty because he's at the podium.
Shall I give remarks now?
Yes, you can give remarks. You're there.
My name is Wilford J. Scott, known in and around Pittsburgh as Scotty. And the reason why I'm here to receive this award tonight is because I have a lot of history with the Naval Weapons Station Concord. When I first came out to this area, I came out as a young man, came back to visit relatives in San Francisco, and in 1960 came to Pittsburgh. And my next trip was with the United States Navy, from San Diego to Alameda to Concord, and then from there, many other places in Europe and also in Asia. During that period of time, I was a third class petty officer. Started off in aviation and worked myself up as a fire control technician. That was a job that we didn't have blacks represented in those days. I was the first black in my division. And the things that I went through, having come from Louisiana, I thought only happened in Louisiana. I didn't think that it happened in California, but it did. During that period of time, I went to many schools that the Navy had, and this history won't be told, but some of it is in this book, Beyond the Barbed Wire Fence by the Naval Weapons Station. There's a page, a complete page, with some of the things that I did at the weapons station. One of them, we talk about 1944, about the explosion that we had. Myself and another worker saved the Naval Weapons Station from a bigger explosion than the one we had in 1944. Because at this particular time, we had missiles and warheads, not bombs and projectiles. It would have been part of Pittsburgh, a large part of Concord, and some of Martinez would have went with the radios that we had, with the explosives that we had. And when I was awarded by the commanding officer because I went back in with the Ordnance Explosive Division to help them to render the weapon safe. It was a new weapon that EOD hadn't went to school on, but I had in Indian Head, Maryland. A lot of people didn't know what we was living around while we was living in Concord. We was the number one spot for the Russians if we would have ever had an attack. Concord would have been one of the first in the United States. But we all made it through that. I had a lot of friends that didn't make it that are no longer here. One of them, during a period of time that I worked with, was with Willie Mims out at the weapons station. And it was very strange that we worked in an area called segregation. That's where the ammunition was segregated that went out to the battlefields and the combat when they brought back in to find out whether or not we could reuse them or we had to expose them. Willie and I met there. That was the first meeting that we ever had. Found out that he lived here in West Pittsburgh. I lived in Pittsburgh. He went to school in Pacifica, and I was in the Navy, and we became very good friends. And we did a lot of things throughout the years, especially here in the city of Pittsburgh. But first of all, I want to thank the council for making this presentation to us. Ms. Yulia, a lot of the things that go on at the weapons station would not have been possible if it wouldn't have been for the work and the effort that her and her co-workers has done. And we really appreciate that.
I actually am going to hand over my time. I do appreciate both of these gentlemen for coming here. They are Pittsburgh residents, and it's an important history here in the city of Pittsburgh. And so I had actually hoped to hand it over. So I'm Mr. Mims' son, Marcus Mims.
Hello. I'm here on behalf of my father, Willie Mims, who worked tirelessly for the city of Pittsburgh for over 50 years. He worked really hard on this project, and I'm just here to say thank you for making this day. And I'm going to say, the Port Chicago 50 who sacrificed their life for this, and thank you again.
Well, can you stay in the front so we can come down and get photos after we hear remarks from and Mr. Antonio?
I don't know how to follow that up. But honestly, I'm originally from San Jose, and I only moved to Pittsburgh to be with my now wife, who is right over there. And without her, I wouldn't be able to even open up the gym because I've been teaching jiu-jitsu ever since I was like 15, 16. It was my first ever job, and luckily it's been my only ever job. And I tell everyone that I'm extremely blessed to be in the position that I'm in. And after living in Pittsburgh for a couple years, I was looking at my wife and my father-in-law like, is there any jiu-jitsu like around here in Pittsburgh? They're like, no. I'm like, okay. I just took that into consideration. I'm like, when I'm able to, I'm going to open up one here. And now in the position that I'm in and then the location that I'm at, I found a lot of success so far, luckily. A lot of kids, a lot of teenagers, they come in and at first glance, they're really hesitant, but then now they come in every single day. I just came back from Stockton on Saturday, coaching from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. At a tournament. And no matter what, I'm always gonna be there for my students. I teach every class Monday through Saturday. I teach at least 3 to 4 hours a day. On top of that, I try and keep up my own training and my own strength and conditioning that I try to do. But like I've told my students at our grand opening, my priority is the school and giving back to them, which is why I named it Payback. It was not because it just sounded cool. It was because not only when you sign up, you're paying yourself back to become a better person, a better version of yourself. It's coming from me paying it back to the community because I've learned and competed and done so much in jiu-jitsu. I feel like everyone needs to do jiu-jitsu at the most basic level to just learn how to defend yourself. Like my wife and I are really big on it. For one day when we have kids, we have a daughter, she's gonna learn jiu-jitsu right away because girls need to learn it regardless of how good of a situation you're in. It's just good to know and have that in your back pocket. And for me, like, I said this when I got my yellow belt back in like almost 10, 11 years ago. I was asked by my coaches at the time, what did jiu-jitsu mean to you? For me, I was like 14, 15, I just said everything. And it's still true to this day. Every single day, I'm either looking at jiu-jitsu videos, watching it, thinking about what I'm gonna teach next. And then if my students don't succeed at a tournament, like this past Saturday, I take it pretty hard because I'm like, what didn't I do right? Because it's never their fault. They go out there, they do everything. But it's me as a coach is like, I need to make sure that they're prepared. I need to make sure that they're ready, and I take that responsibility very heavy on myself. And so I'm really just grateful and excited to just see where Payback is in, let's say, a year's time, because I've almost been at this location for 1 year and already going a lot. And sometimes it feels like the place where I was too small, which is a good feeling. At the same time, it's like, I wanted to feel smaller. So just thank you for the proclamation. I'm very grateful, and I love the community that we have, and I've loved Pittsburgh so far. I haven't been here even 10 years, and I just love being in the city.
Thank you. Thank you. My colleagues join me down for photos. Before the Port Chicago folks leave, I had one announcement. She's out the door. But we, as a city, have decided that we are going to participate and become part of the Port Chicago Trail. And so in Old Town Pittsburgh, we're actually going to get a historical medallion installed in front of the California Theater. So the historic California Theater will be the place where the Port Chicago Trail ends, or you can start from here and then go towards San Francisco. So we're really honored that we're able to do that and to be part of the trail. So every year when we celebrate Port Chicago 50, California Theater is on the map as part of it in Pittsburgh. So I just wanted to announce that, and thank you, Yuli, for all your work. Okay, thank you. So now we are coming to the portion of the agenda to review committee reports. Do any of my colleagues have a subcommittee report? Councilmember Killings?
Yes, the other week, the Community Economic Development Subcommittee met. The bulk of the conversation was around Bliss Avenue, hearing the sounding exercise that went into hearing from real estate developers and others in the market about the viability of development in the Bliss Avenue corridor. So there were conversations around density, going from multi-use to single-family homes, more of a market for detached, but then also looking at the size of the parcels and the constraints for development and return on investment, and then also a desire to move away from ground floor retail just because of the market at this point. So a lot of the conversation in terms of the feedback that was given by the subcommittee was it just may not be the right timing at this point in this juncture. So staff was looking for feedback in terms of, do we go right back out with the RFP? How do we feel about what we heard from the developers or what the market is saying? And the general sentiment, and definitely I won't speak for everybody in the subcommittee, was that, we want to make sure that it's what fits Pittsburgh, that it's what we desire, the vision that we had for development in the area. So there will be future conversations. It wasn't an end to the conversation, but there wasn't a rush to just go right back out with the RFP, but is continuing to have conversations with real estate developers. There's also conversations about the other parcels on Bliss Avenue, that there potentially is a changing of hands or a potential sale of property for the other private parcels that are on Bliss. So there is a much larger conversation and just talking about what future development on the Bliss Avenue corridor would look like and if it achieves the goals that we are looking for. Another aspect of it was that they were looking for just solely affordable housing as a result. And so once again, just in all of that conversation, it was, if this is not the right timing, we don't have to force it, but we can continue to have conversations to make sure that the development of the corridor meets the vision that we have as a community and as a council. But definitely open to any thoughts or questions, but we'll continue to have updates from staff or any future conversations about the corridor and just overall development in the Railroad Avenue specific plan as well.
Okay. Those conclude our subcommittee reports. We will move to, I have a few remarks before City Manager gives remarks this evening. I wanted to acknowledge, so I see a large crowd in our chambers, similar to we had at our last City Council meeting on June 15th, and based on many conversations I've had as well, I suspect that many of you are here tonight to continue commenting on the data center. I really do take interest in that seriously and want to make sure we have an appropriate way to continue to have dialogue. And so I requested that we hold a dedicated meeting on August 3rd at 6 p.m. where this will be the sole item on the agenda. That meeting is being designed to provide all of you with a meaningful opportunity to hear from city staff, ask questions, better understand the project's history and review the process, and engage in a much more comprehensive public discussion than is possible during general comment at regular city council meeting. I encourage everyone who's interested in this topic to attend and participate in that meeting. And before we begin this meeting and we move into the next session, I want to remind everyone that we welcome all viewpoints and respectful disagreement. We simply ask that all speakers treat one another with civility, observe our council rules, and help ensure everyone has equal opportunity to be heard while allowing the city to complete business on tonight's agenda. For those who are here for the first time, please adhere to our time limit and that you direct your comments to City Council as a whole and not individuals. I would like to propose, based on the number of speakers, we had 40 some odd speakers at the beginning of the meeting, which is quite a bit. Madam Clerk?
We have 40.
We have 40, okay. So with that, I propose that we have 2 minutes with the concurrence of council. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will limit comments to 2 minutes. Thank you again for being here, for your continued engagement. And while we do have many items already scheduled for tonight's meeting, I encourage everyone who's here today to attend our August 3rd discussion as well, so that we can continue the dialogue as a community together. So with that, I wanted to have those remarks before I turned it over to Mr. City Manager.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple quick updates as it relates to this community events. and then I have some comments I'd like to share before we get started with public comments. So Old Town Pittsburgh Car Show this Thursday, July 23rd from 6 to 8. And then on Sunday, we have a special event. It is the official grand opening of Central Harbor Park. It'll be a family-friendly event, include music, light refreshments, s'mores at our new fire pits, and a public safety meet and greet. And so encourage residents to come out. This was a great project funded, the lion's share funded with state funding. And then also the first Tuesday of August is always National Night Out. And the city will be hosting a National Night Out event at Small World Park from 4 to 8 p.m. and would encourage our residents, families, and friends to come out and celebrate National Night Out with us. And Madam Mayor, if it's okay, I have a few comments I'd like to share. So I want to take a few minutes tonight to address comments and concerns that have been raised in email, conversations that I've had individually, and online comments since our last council meeting on June 15th. That meeting brought out many residents and voices from around the Bay Area who expressed frustration and concern about the VIO data center project that was approved by the city in late 2024. Tonight is the first council meeting since that date. The July 6th meeting was canceled as part of the city's traditional summer recess around the 4th of July holiday. In fact, on June 15th, the city council meeting agenda that was posted had an item to cancel that meeting prior to any public comments regarding to the data center. So that meeting, there's no correlation between the discussion of data center and that meeting being canceled because it was agendized well before. Because this is our first meeting since our last, I want to acknowledge that many residents and non-residents have been seeking additional information. And city staff have been working diligently to respond to those questions when possible or to refer people to our updated webpage on this topic, which is located at pittsburghca.gov/data center. Again, that's pittsburghca.gov/data center. There have been a lot of questions, many of which were answered by existing documents and information we have shared. But the volume of question far outstrips staff's capacity to respond directly to each and every one of those. Many questions centered on two key areas that I wish to address tonight with my opening comments. The first is focused on the environmental review of the project, and my second comments are focused on how we proceed forward with a well-informed community discussion on data center policies that allow for diverse voices in this discussion. So first, on the environmental review, many residents simply want factual information about the project. What was proposed? What the proposal includes? What's the environmental review process? And what regulatory requirements apply? One of the key distinctions of the proposed Pittsburgh data center is the application of California's stringent environmental laws regulated by the California Environmental Quality Act, which I'll refer to as CEQA and better known as CEQA. CEQA was enacted in 1970, and it is the strongest environmental protection statute in the nation. It requires the city to disclose and evaluate significant environmental impacts of projects and to adopt all feasible mitigation measures. CEQA is much more substantive than federal requirement laws. By contrast, many projects in other states, especially outside of California, are not subject to these stringent California environmental rules and regulations. An environmental impact report, which is commonly referred to as an EIR, really is the heart of the CEQA process. A programmatic EIR with project-level analysis for Phase 1 was completed for the proposed project and provided detailed analysis of impacts and mitigation measures to ensure no significant environmental harm. That report is available on the website that I mentioned before on the data center, and I urge people to review that, and then if they have questions, staff will do our best to respond to those questions. I will also note that both residents and voices outside of our community have expressed to me, regardless of the CEQA analysis and the process that's been taken and the mitigation efforts, they do not want this project to proceed or any data center project to proceed. Now I wish to turn my comments to engaging in an effective community dialogue about data centers, policy choices, and a pathway forward for our community on these discussions. There were voices who spoke with passion and anger at our last council meeting on this topic. Indeed, I've actually spoken to several people who did not share their views of the views of the speakers, but they felt intimidated to speak up or express alternative viewpoints. I don't think that is healthy for democracy or for Pittsburgh, and it is my hope that all involved in these discussions can approach this topic with decorum, positive civic intent, and a desire to operate with critical facts, as you shared, Mayor, in your opening statements. To be responsive to comments, questions, in an effort to be transparent, we have outlined a plan that balances the need to address questions, create spaces for diverse voices to express themselves, to seek answers to questions, and to effectively allocate city staff time. First, the city will hold a virtual study session on July 30th. We have created a dedicated email address, datacenters@pittsburghca.gov, and are complying every question we have received with the intention to address as many questions as possible. The purpose of the July 30th meeting is to inform our entire community on the background of this project, and then to respond directly to questions that have either been submitted prior to the webinar and during the webinar. The format for the meeting is intentionally geared towards maximizing information and answering questions. Second, at the direction of the City Council, we are preparing an agenda item for August 1st, as noted in the city's press release on July 8th. Despite some misinformation I have heard circulating online, the August 3rd agenda will provide broad opportunity to the City Council to evaluate policy ideas and provide direction to city staff. Third, tonight, once again, I see a number of individuals here in the council chambers, and I suspect many are here to offer even more comments on the data center. The city respects your desire to comment on items not on the agenda. You can consider holding your comments for when we actually have an agenda item on a data center discussion, but that is up to each and every individual to speak, and if they would like to speak this evening. Additionally, I want to make this absolutely clear. The City Council chambers are a safe place for everyone's viewpoint. That's what Pittsburgh has always been about. Everyone has the right to respectfully express their opinion, regardless of perspective or any other personal characteristics. To ensure decorum, the council has policies and there are state laws. Each speaker tonight will be given the 2 minutes as the mayor described. When a person's time is up, the microphone will turn off and the next speaker should then come forward, and the clerk will be announcing at least 3 to 5 names in advance. As it relates to the rules, if anyone is disruptive at any time during the meeting or attempts to degrade another speaker, that person will be warned. If behavior continues, they may be asked to leave. And if the disruption continues after that, after removal, state law actually allows the council to clear chambers and continue the meetings. My hope and my expectations is that is not needed, but I at least want to share what the rules and policies of both the state and the city council are so that people understand. I simply want everyone to understand that rules ensure that meetings remain respectful and safe for all, and that the city council can continue the business of a council meeting. Finally, I want to reiterate that every project considered by the City Council goes through a defined public process. The 5 members of the City Council were elected by the residents of Pittsburgh, and each and every one of you make decisions based upon state law, local policies, and the information provided. We not only follow all required noticing laws, we go far beyond them to ensure residents have opportunities to stay informed and get involved. We and myself, I personally believe in continuous improvement, and we're always looking for ways to improve the way that we share information with the community, and I always appreciate when residents share that information. So just to summarize, I know I've shared a lot, but the June 15th meeting, residents requested more information. And the council has requested more information, and that's what we're doing. The city's committed to a productive community dialogue to continue exploration of the data center topic. And this will continue with the July 30th webinar, followed by the August 3rd City Council workshop. I hope this clarifies the process we are following and reinforces the City Council and staff's commitment to transparency, accountability, and public engagement. So Mayor, I appreciate you allowing me to share some extensive comments, but I think it's important to share with the council and the public as we begin begin the portion of public comments this evening. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I do want to thank staff because after last meeting, it was apparent we needed more dialogue. And so I did ask for more engagement, and we're not done. We're going to continue to talk as a community through this. And so I appreciate staff for being responsive and for putting those things on the calendar for us to convene as a community. So next, we're going to move into public comments. I will share a little bit of the guidelines or housekeeping just to remind folks. I know some folks are coming and some have been here for a while. But this is the portion of the agenda where we take public comments for non-agenda items. And so for members of the public who wish to address the City Council on issues that are not scheduled on agenda and on any items listed on part of the consent calendar, each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to comment. However, we will not be able to engage in any dialogue. The rules that we abide by, things have to be agendized for us to provide a response. And so that's why that rule's in place. If you do speak, you may not yield your time to another speaker, and comments on items on either the public hearing or consideration portions of the agenda will be allowed when we reach those portions of the agenda. We want to make sure that we are ensuring an orderly and respectful meeting. And so, Mr. City Manager, thank you for sharing the council guidelines and rules around that. And so, with that, we will take public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments for non-agenda items this evening?
Yes, we do. Someone announced the first 5. If you could please queue up so you could take the podium. We have Mark Lindy, Jason Lindsay, Angelica Connolly, Phyllis Gordon, and Lynn Doherty.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mark Lindy, a resident of Pittsburgh and a proud member of the No Data Center team. I first spoke before a council in 2018 regarding the sale of the property and regarding a survey. I will continue to submit letters against this data center and continue to meet expectations of a resident that is vocal and involved in the community going forward. I wish to thank all the members here that have come to speak up against the data center. Together, we will make this movement go. I find it very hard to believe that a few of you who voted couldn't hold a moral compass. You could vote still no, and an item can still pass by a majority. That's sad. And the words for the Zoom meeting, to educate, that's not how you approach the public in a matter like this. You approach the public to engage community involvement. Thank you, and no data center.
Thank you for your comment.
So we have Jason and then Miss Angelica.
Good evening. My name is Jason Lindsay. I'm president business agent of Ironworkers Local 378, and I'm here in support of the data center, along with all my members that live out here in East County. This project has been in the works for 8 years with several public meetings held on it. The owner and developer went through all the hurdles in the environmental reviews. This project has been approved and entitled for several months. A city cannot pull the rug out from under them after all of that. No one will come here and want to build or manufacture anything, you know, and there we know there won't be any good paying jobs around here locally. Everybody will be going over the hill. 80,000 people a day going over the hill to San Jose, going to San Francisco, where good paying jobs happen. Thanks, please build it. It's been approved. It should be built now.
Thank you. Please refrain from booing people when they comment.
Good evening. I'm Angelica Connolly. council members. While the membership of this council has changed over the 32 years I've been in Pittsburgh citizen, I have generally been happy with your performance and believe you were acting in the best interests of Pittsburgh. And it is possible that you thought you were doing the same when it came to the approval of the Avaya Data Center. However, it should be clear to you by now, by the response of the Pittsburgh community, that a mistake has been made. Avaya Digital is a spin out of Avaya Capital, which means they are not a construction company nor a tech company. They are a private equity firm chasing the free-flowing capital associated with the latest AI wave. They have zero interest in the citizens of Pittsburgh. While they have 8 data centers under construction, they have put exactly 0 into operation. This means they have 0 track record. There's 0 evidence they will deliver anything agreed to by this council. There's 0 evidence any of the mitigation agreed to as a result of the lawsuit or discussions with the city will actually work. There's 0 evidence any of the promises will be kept, along with 0 evidence that if they break any promise or agreements that they do, that they'll do anything about it. There's also 0 legitimate reasons to locate this data center and this close to residential neighborhoods. But it's not too late. Stop telling the community they are uneducated and that you know better. The community elected you, and they're clearly telling you what they want as evidenced by the 25,000 signatures and counting and the numerous activities underway to get you to pay attention. Listen, everyone. Everyone makes mistakes. Acknowledge that one was made here and do the right thing. Remember, you are here to serve us, the city of Pittsburgh. Shut this data center down, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Phyllis Gordon, and I'm not here to talk about the data center. What I am here to talk about, well, let me put it this way. If I may put my back to you, council, and address the audience.
Okay.
You're my friends and neighbors. I've lived here for 40 years. Many of you I've served on a community advisory commission with. I've seen you at the First Fridays and all the other things. But what I saw last time we had a council meeting disturbed me greatly. I have a lot of friends that sit on the councils in Brentwood, Planning Commission, Oakley, Antioch, and all I hear from them is, God, you guys are the only ones that are not nasty at a city council meeting. And then after last month, I started hearing it. And I know that's not Pittsburgh. There is nobody here tonight that is not passionate, that doesn't care about this community. Yelling, cursing, I've heard some of those vile, filthy phone calls that were left. They hurt my heart. That's not Pittsburgh. And what I would ask you to do is to consider the fact that when you yell at somebody, they turn off. The best way for us to get along is to sit at the table and talk and discuss and try and get as win-win as we can. What I'd also ask you to do is go home tonight and Google the word community boards. It has to do with mediation. It has to do with community members coming together and making it a win-win for everybody. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your courtesy.
Thank you.
Can you please turn it on?
Am I loud enough? Can you hear me? I won't yell, I promise. Maybe a little bit won't. Okay. So we talk about our community. Do you understand that white people are only 14%? And Hispanic people are 43%. 49.8% of the households, English is not their primary language. So you guys are messing up. There's no Spanish translations. Oh, sure, we can go on an English-speaking web page and maybe we can find a little translation. You guys dropped the ball. You didn't even pick the ball up. It's not even in play. Most of our residents don't even know what's going on. As far as this whole diverse voices you want to hear, really? Because your actions have not displayed that. you're screwing up. And I'm here to tell you, we need more of our input from our people, and we need to go get it. We can't just sit up here and expect them to come up here. Do they feel welcome? You want to talk about welcome? Do they feel welcome? When their language isn't even honored, this meeting should be in Spanish with English translators. I can't believe that you sat there and threw all that trash at us. It's disgusting.
Thank you.
We have the next 5 speakers: Nicole Arrington, Raina Arrington, David Manley, Leticia Preciado, and Catherine Tucker.
First off, I want to say, you said me, right, first? Okay. First off, Maria should be city manager. I miss her. Too bad she's not here. Number 2, all this so-called talk about all these meetings and all these things that happened prior to the data center being approved, no, it didn't. 8 people or whoever came up here talking about they were in agreeance to the data center, because I went back and watched the November 24 meeting. It was maybe 10 people, if that, who came up here in support of the data center. And I would think the hundreds of people that came out last meeting, and then all the people that are here now who are still saying they don't care and don't want it, like, that's what's important. We don't want it. Like, what is it that you don't understand? Like, I wish y'all would have fought this hard for housing, because as much as I stood up here talking about affordable housing, just like the city lawyer made sure I had to go to court.
Please address staff collectively, please.
I'm just saying, she didn't let my petition go through because I had to go to court for that, right? So the county wouldn't continue the count to see if there was enough to put it on the ballot. Like, all the stuff y'all fight against is crazy. But then you just approve the data center without input of the entire city. Because like they said, there's a lot of Spanish-speaking people. Everyone's scared of ICE because ICE is running rampant and killing people all over the country. And then people want to talk about how somebody talks about something or how someone addresses or shows their passion or whatever, when y'all got a gosh darn pedophile running the country. So let's not talk about, let's not get act like we're so morally right here in this country. Because there's too much going on for y'all to act like the law is just being disregarded, because it's crazy. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Y'all are not listening. And it's really disheartening. Y'all know the love that I've had for all of you guys. And it's really a problem. We don't want it, period. That's it.
Thank you.
We ready? Okay. There were so many questions and reservations for affordable housing. It really made me question how many questions and reservations people had before they put pen to paper about a project that they didn't tell us about. I also would like to say, we should really not waste our time telling people how to react to this situation and telling us that we should sit at a table that we were never offered a seat at. So that's kind of sending me. I really don't have it for you guys today. I feel like you understand comprehensively what's going on. I just think the money is bigger than whatever it is that we have going on. If you really cared about us, about the children, I really think that you would take the time to listen to us, maybe listen to their parents, and take into consideration that none of us would like this. Even if we were to put it somewhere, Alcatraz, that's somewhere that my boss said that kind of makes a little bit of sense. But I want you to think, when we had a drought, Northern California siphoned a bunch of water to Southern California. So if we have this data center here, what happens next? I'm just trying to figure out, because then we're gonna be depleted of resources, and then we're gonna be exporting our resources everywhere else but here. So when are we gonna start putting money and time and care and consideration into here? That pothole on Garcia almost took me and my family out. When y'all gonna fix these streets? I'm just trying to Y'all closed YMCA. Y'all trying to say that you want a place of comprehensive technology for kids to learn about AI. Where do they even have a place to play? Where do they have a place to be heard? Because I'm not finding it, but good luck to y'all. I don't know.
Thank you.
As the elected officials, when making a decision, you should always consider what's best for the citizens. On the website of the company building the data center, it shows a supportive city council approved with a unanimous vote to build the data center. I know some of you weren't on the council. We had a different city manager at that time, but you've all signed on. You've agreed to doing an environmental injustice, an injustice to the quality of life, to the house of worship that's over there, to the Rancho Middle School, to the residents of the city of Pittsburgh, and to everyone that use West Leland as a thoroughfare. The priority must always be people over profit. No operating industry should ever be placed in a residential zone. No residential zone should ever be changed to allow generators, large industrial cooling fans, continuous operating equipment near homes, schools, places of worship. Health and safety of the people must always be the priority. I voted for all of you serving on the council, so please help me understand what was said that allowed you to bring something that's going to have a negative impact on our lives. People across the country are mobilizing to push back against other development of data centers. We need you to step up to the plate. Put a stop to it. If you can't put a stop to it, put legislation in place that says that they have to either slow down or shut down until they deal with the nuisance that they're going to create. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. The data center project must be brought back as a regular agenda item for decision, not just for discussion, because the city failed to properly inform the city's Spanish-speaking population, which makes up 45% of Pittsburgh residents. For meetings where this project was considered, agendas were not provided in Spanish as required under the Brown Modernization Act. I confirmed this with my public records request and was told via email that the city's response was that they could not locate any records showing Spanish language mailers or translated project notices, Spanish language presentations, or community meetings, or interpreter contracts. In other words, the city has no records demonstrating the project's specific outreach to Pittsburgh's Spanish-speaking community during the 2024 approval process. In addition, the council did not fully research the impacts on the families who will have to live with the noise pollution, air pollution, and health risks. How do I know this, you may ask? Because just before leaving the June 15th meeting at almost midnight, a resident who also spoke was inches away from me and asked Councilmember Banales if he or any other member of the council had visited a data center to hear the constant noise or spoken to anybody around living near a data center. His response was, and I quote, "The short answer is no." Again, and I quote, "The short answer is no." So you did not do your research.
Please address the council as a whole.
This project must be returned as a public agenda item, not for discussion, but for an immediate moratorium on all phases of the data center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am a Pittsburgh resident my entire life. I am Pittsburgh proud. They are Pittsburgh proud. You sold this to us as a technology center. Sorry. not a data center. You did it behind closed doors, hoping it would slip through quietly. Shame on you. Looking at other technology parks in the area, for instance, San Ramon Technology Park is a testing center that has over 130 engineers and scientists. We will not have any. You are taking away our history of the Stoneman Rifle Range and throwing it in the trash. It was a gift from our government for open space for your constituents to enjoy our hills and wildlife, not for you to destroy. When I was a kid, I flew kites there. Behind closed doors, you made a deal that we don't want, a deal that will hurt our community, our home values, our people's health, and not to mention the noise pollution and air pollution. You say the water will be a closed loop system. What happens in 2 years when that water has to be changed out? Where is the poisonous water going to be treated and drained to? It's going to be drained into our Delta waterway and then come back and be used in our homes? How is Pittsburgh Power supply power when they're in the process of replacing the corroded high voltage lines that run under the bay to supply power to San Francisco neighborhoods? And that is currently a minimum of a 2-year project, and the power plant will run at only 40%. Pittsburgh Power is still on the same grid that is already at capacity, where we will suffer outages. How will the generators be powered? They're diesel. Living in a city that has been in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most constant wind, the particular...
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The next 5 speakers, we have Teresa Martin, Faith Akani, Sadie Cisneros, Awilda Graft. It's Andrea Hyatt, Teresa Martin, Faith Akani, Sadie Cisneros, and Awilda Graft. So first speaker is Andrea Hyatt.
Hi, my name is Andrea Hyatt. After this project was approved, it was challenged under CEQA. The lawsuit resulted in significant additional protections, including recycled water, renewable energy commitments, stronger noise controls, blah, blah, blah. Those are not minor revisions. They demonstrate that the important environmental issues remained unresolved after approval. The response to the CEQA report that I was able to read since our last city council meeting leaves so many holes and so many vague responses, including the settlement's clean construction commitment contains an exception that may allow equipment below the preferred Tier 4 final standard if the developer documents that only 2 fleet owners or operators in the Pittsburgh region could not provide a compliant equipment. It doesn't say how far, so 2 equipment suppliers in Pittsburgh have to have these certain Tier 4 things, and if they don't, they can put any pollution-causing piece of equipment in there. That's crazy. There's so many holes in this whole thing. It shocked me that somehow this got through. The other thing I want to say is history will not judge this council by whether the project was approved. It'll judge you by whether you ensured that the project, if it's built, was fully and honestly reviewed, fully mitigated, and lawfully permitted. If any city permits or approvals remain pending, I respectfully ask that you pause those approvals until the public has a meaningful opportunity to ask questions, receive answers, and participate in the open discussion. Public participation is most valuable before the decisions become irreversible. My understanding is there are still permits that haven't been finalized and that we can still stop this data center. And we're relying on you guys to do that. All over the country, all over the world, we're seeing nobody wants these data centers near them. Nobody.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Teresa. I'm from San Leandro, but this is a regional issue, so I'm here today speaking to you. I've spoken to you before. So a couple things. Right off the bat, the water is a real issue. 58,000 gallons per day is not actually true because they're going to reject 25% of that if it's not right, so that's already a number, okay? You changed the FIR from 0.5 to 1.5 through the general plan, which was a huge issue, doing that because now we're up to 3 million gallon flush outs every 3 to 5 years. That water plant cannot handle that. I'm sorry, but 48-hour period, 3 million gallons. Yeah, it's going to be sad. Okay. For the person who wants this project who is from the union, did you talk about a long-term union contract to keep that place updated and everything else? Or are you just going in for the first piece of it? Because that's also a problem. Okay.
Please address the council.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I'm responding to him, okay? And then we have LFNs, which were not covered at all in the CEQA. These are low-frequency vibrations. They cannot be stopped by louvers, insulated walls, or anything else except mass, as in a lot of dirt, gabions, thick mass things. Those will not stop it. And they will certainly reach that school. They will reach that church down the road. They will hit everybody else on Golf Club Road. Those homes will lose their value and people will start moving out of the city. If you do not change what you have done here with this deal, this city is going to lose residents and it's going to go downhill in 20 years. I can guarantee you that. It is going to be really bad if you do not do something and change how you're doing this deal. Because quite frankly, you're also getting conned and ripped off. 100%. You know, you sold a unicorn for pennies.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Faith. I'm a very concerned resident of Pittsburgh. In terms of education, you guys clearly do not have that as a priority. I just found out that due to the Pittsburgh's budget cuts, Pittsburgh Library will be closed on Mondays starting April 3rd. How is it in the same city a library is forced to close its doors while a data center is given so much care? That is disturbing. That is gross. And in terms of people who are focused on terms of tone, that is a tactic used against Black and brown people for centuries. Tone does not matter. What matters is the message. Not only am I demanding a ban on the data center, I'm also demanding that the city use this year's budget to improve the infrastructure of the Pittsburgh Library. There is a literacy crisis. There's also a 26-point gap in literacy proficiency between white students and Black, Hispanic, Native American students. Why should white kids in Walnut Creek, San Ramon, Lafayette, Orinda, and Pleasant Hill, and Brentwood be given modern libraries with private study rooms? Meanwhile, Pittsburgh Library doesn't have any of that. Get rid of this data center. If you want to focus on education, improve this library. Actually care about this community.
Thank you.
My name is Sadie. Hi. So data centers in the U.S. use our drinking water in two ways. The first, direct on-site water consumption using an unnecessary cooling method called evaporative cooling, which evaporates fresh water, our drinking water, into vapor. The second way is data centers use water through indirect water consumption. 75% of the water footprint off data centers is actually due to off-site trade-offs between water and energy. So there are actually two methods to cool data centers that don't use any water. So we're choosing to spend our money, we're choosing to actually cut costs to use our drinking water instead of using alternative methods that cost a little bit more. Like D2C or direct chip-to-chip cooling, they do not use any water. Single-phase immersion cooling also does not use any water. So we're choosing to use our drinking water. Well, I'm not choosing, we're not choosing. The government is choosing to use that. You'd wonder why we are not using these vastly efficient methods, and the answer is cost. The sole reason for our freshwater being abused is greed. Data centers are frequently built in low-income and economically distressed areas. Companies target these locations for cheap land, tax breaks, and lower resistance from the people. Groups like the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People are raising alarms over the burden data centers place on vulnerable vulnerable communities. A hyperscale facility can draw 100 to 500 megawatts of electricity, equivalent to that of a small city. The power creates EMF sources. EMFs have been linked by credible, peer-reviewed, published scientific studies to childhood leukemia, central nervous system tumors, brain cancer, breast cancer, Alzheimer's, cognitive dysfunction, miscarriage, ADHD, obesity, asthma, oxidative stress, free radical formation, and DNA damage. Okay, so pretty much everything that data centers require produce EMFs. Their cooling systems, their generators.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, City Mayor, Manager. I believe in advancement for Pittsburgh, for our city. I'm opposed to the data center, especially when it's right across the street from a junior high school and residents. And there's vulnerability there and hazards to be seen yet. Thank you, City Manager, for at least listening to everyone and setting up the other meeting for August 3rd. But I'm wondering how you're going to notify all the residents who don't have Facebook or don't have Zoom or Nextdoor. That is a very important factor. And the other reason I'm up here is because I'm requesting at least a 2-year moratorium for all these projects, all data centers that are being proposed for Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers, we have Cindy Alvarenga, Kevin Sumner, Marty Perez, Sherry Harewood, and Judy Duziak. So first one is Cindy.
Hello, my name is Cindy. I'm an Antioch resident, but today I'm here to represent not only my family who lives in Pittsburgh, but as well as the surrounding communities that will be affected by the construction of this AI data center. We are seeing currently on a national scale that the struggle against these AI data centers is not unique to Pittsburgh alone. Time and time again, the local government ignores the needs of the people, taking positions of power with the oath to protect their communities. And yet somehow, time and time again, we see these same local government positions putting profit over the needs of working class people like us. The general consensus is no to this AI data center, but our words as constituents apparently mean nothing to you. It is not enough to say that this will potentially bring more jobs, that this will potentially help grow Pittsburgh's economy. We can no longer argue off of potential, but what we can do is talk about the actual, the reality that this will impact low-income communities, that the consequences will manifest in poor health, in air pollution, in contaminated water, in the overall decrease in general well-being for the Pittsburgh community and surrounding cities. I have family in Pittsburgh, nieces and nephews who attend school here. So it breaks my heart to know that the proposed location in which this AI data center will be built at is next to a middle school. This is our future. These children will be the next generation to live in this city. So for you to risk the health of thousands upon thousands of people for the possibility of 20 to 30 permanent jobs is shameful. On top of that, it is no surprise that you are all willingly choosing to build this in a black and brown area where many of the residents that live there don't even have the access to express their disdain against this project. Shame. If you have the money to invest in this technological park, then you do have the money to fund the things people of Pittsburgh actually need, like education, housing, and recreational centers. So with that being said, I hope you find it in your heart to finally put the needs.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin. I am a high school teacher in Solano County, living in Vallejo. I care deeply about the future of our children. I am here speaking to oppose a data center in Pittsburgh. This project was approved completely undemocratically, has negative short-term and long-term consequences. I want to take note of how little the will of the people has been listened to throughout this entire process. The former Delta View Golf Course was sold to Energy Delivery Solutions for a massive $6 million discount without a single alternative being named, no competing offer, and no public bid. The public was not honestly informed about this process until almost a decade later, when the project had massively changed context. There may have been meetings about this 8 years ago. That's great. People now, not 8 years ago, not 2 years ago, but now, not just need to be heard, but to make the decisions themselves, the decisions they want to make. If a project could potentially harm the people, the children, the living things in a community, the community has the right to know and to have a say. These potential negative consequences from the data center are as follows. Noise pollution in the form of a 24/7 low hum of dozens of diesel generators only 500 feet away from where people live, the possibility of increasing electricity bills for every resident, diesel generators pumping out the equivalent of over 5,000 trucks idling in place every day, and the possibility of property values decreasing. The continuation of the Pittsburgh Data Center project would mean the city has completely ignored the will of its population, a complete loss of our power on autonomy, long-term health consequences for our communities that rely on the Delta, and a decline in the quality of life for Pittsburgh residents as a whole. The people of Pittsburgh deserve a say in the health of their community and the environment they rely on to survive. The people of Pittsburgh will not stop fighting until the project is defeated. The people of Pittsburgh have a right to a clean, decent life where they have autonomy, a choice in how society is run. Would you deny that?
Good evening, City Council members. First of all, I'm a 63-year born and raised in Pittsburgh. I retired from the steel mill here with 38 plus years. So good evening. I believe you were not completely informed of the negative effects of the data center, and the City Council made a bad judgment for not informing the complete city of the data center project. As I said, I was a steel worker now. I was a union official too. I believe the city of Pittsburgh would not be in this situation if the city council would have supported United Steelworkers more to keep the steel mill open. We requested from the city council to give letters or to meet with us in Sacramento with representatives and senators. We fell on deaf ears. We had 1 or 2 meetings from due to COVID, but that was it. I'm asking the city council members to put a moratorium for the second, third phase of the proposed data center and any future data centers, and for any Pittsburgh City Council members or any city committee members to recuse from any votes if they have any conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Harewood. I am requesting reconsideration of the proposed data center and place a moratorium on the Pittsburgh data center. There are too many unknowns surrounding data centers. It is somewhat unclear to me as to how residents were notified, as I live across the street and did not receive notice about the data center. I did see in the newspaper about the technology center, but never received anything about the data center. I am concerned for my health and for the next generation's health. Please consider the residents as you make decisions that will undoubtedly affect us. Please do better for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Judy. I've spoken before. I've been a resident since 1980. I have 4 children I raised here and 3 grandchildren now. I just want to reiterate that it is imperative that phase 1 never happens under any circumstances. All the damages would already be done. There'd just be more of it with phases 2 and 3. Once it's here for good. Our lives will be forever changed for the worse. That would be the legacy we leave for our children and our grandchildren and our future generations. And also, I know you know, but do you really care about how life-changing this is for thousands of people? If it goes through, it would do so much damage on so many levels. I personally would be forced to lose. Where would I go? My home since 1980 would be practically worthless. I'm just a regular long-term resident, but my own personal life and my family would be forever damaged. For example, I've been trying to retire. I now have to put that on hold because of this. I have a little 2-year-old grandson, Mateo, who's been hospitalized in the neonatal and pediatric ICU for severe lung problems, and he would no longer be able to come visit his nana at her house anymore. Please put something else there, anything else, but just not this data center. I implore you to follow the current trend in our country to ban data centers and to do the right, moral, and ethical thing and not allow any phase of this monstrous data center to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers, Alan Tatimer, Angela Carmouche, Oscar Osorio, Amari Perkins, and Frank Perkins. Alan Tatimer, Angela Carmouche, Oscar Osorio, Amari Perkins, and Frank Perkins.
Good evening. The world is spinning on a different axis, it seems, these past years, and this imbalance has come home to Pittsburgh. I'm not talking about an orange orangutan president and his love affair with a guy by the name of Vlad Putler. This imbalance is felt right here in Pittsburgh. Over 75 data center projects are actually being stalled right now nationwide, because the reality of electric grids, the limited water supplies, are putting massive strains on resources, and I think people are realizing this. Low frequency noise and diesel fumes from generators will most certainly hover over entire neighborhoods during the peak summer demands, when it's more than likely that they'll have to be in operation. This is a nationwide issue. Leaders in North Carolina, Colorado, New York, and even our nearby Oakley are all saying no to further data center rollouts, and we need to do the same. Over 24,000 local citizens have voted against this project, and the numbers are growing daily. I would imagine after tonight's meeting, it's going to go up significantly. This is a very unpopular project. I'm asking you guys not to be tone deaf and to listen to us. Despite what some council people have said in last month's meeting, these 24,000 people, plus the 400 citizens that were there last week, are a much better representation of our community desires than just 5 people sitting here.
Thank you.
We have Angela Carmouche next. Thank you, Speaker. Yes.
Thank you.
Angela, please.
Good evening. My name is Angela Carmouche. My family has been here since 1930. My late grandmother, Curly Jackson, was an avid member in the community. She taught each and every last one of us to be involved. Now, I am not as vocal. Well, I am vocal. Let me take that back. I move behind the scenes. My grandmother moved in the forefront. The same passion that she carries, her family's legacy carries that. We move in silence. We move differently than she did. But we're still here. We're still fighting, and we're depending on you to do what is right. And like someone said earlier, it's okay to rethink the prior decision. Even you, I'm sure you have more information than what you had prior. Do the right thing. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Oscar Osorio. I'm here to tell that I am very ashamed of you guys. this data center says, does a lot of harm to the people that live here. A lot. A lot of you guys were saying that, oh, but it's going to be reinforced. We're going to have recycled water. All that stuff, water doesn't keep recycling over and over and over. Things leak. Things get corroded. Things come out. Water's going to get polluted to our drinking water too, where people go fish. Who eats that fish? We do. We have a seafood festival every year. Who's going to come to eat fish here after we have a data center? Who? Nobody's going to want to come here anymore. You guys have to open stuff that's going to make people come here. We need a lot of stuff here. I'm glad that Comeback Jiu-Jitsu came to us. That's something that we needed because the only one we had before was Mike, the guy that had one right here, and he passed away. Rest in peace. And I'm glad, but we need more stuff like that. Because all these people here, we are family. We are a community that is strong. And we look at people to be like, okay, our leaders are going to help us. But the dictator that we have now is failing us. So then we look at you guys thinking, okay, we could look up to them, but now you guys are failing us too. I ask people, hey, where's the park you guys promised us? When we had COVID, I kept looking, you guys kept saying a park's coming. I talked to a guy, he said, oh, we're still gonna build a park right next to the data center. Who the hell's gonna go to that? I'm sorry, but who's gonna go to that? Who? It's like a gas chamber if kids or us go play or have a barbecue there. Why are we gonna go there and get polluted? Like, you guys gotta think. Our time here is almost done.
Thank you.
Hi, Amari Perkins. I absolutely hate public speaking, council members. But I feel like I have to say something, obviously, because I kind of initiated the movement. I think just seeing everyone show up here in numbers, it shows that, there maybe was a fail in transparency as far as involving the community. I know it's been brought up, like, as far as, like, developmentally, like, how can I say, you wouldn't, like, how can I say, get news out about this development any different than the other developments brought up, right? But I feel like because it's so close in a residential area, I would think, maybe you would have thought differently. And I'm really just hoping that you guys see this movement. You hear us, we're out there protesting, we're showing up to the car show, maybe any other future events. We feel strongly about this matter. I feel like City Council failed tremendously as far as transparency for the last few years. I unfortunately was busy at home with babies. I wasn't as involved. I think a lot of us, we're busy with work, family, people being sick, so we're not as involved. We voted you into this position hoping that you do have the same wants for Pittsburgh as a lot of us do. That's really what I expected. That's what I see when I look at a lot of you. And unfortunately, I feel like you failed. And I feel like it's okay for you guys to say I failed, like to say you failed. It's okay to be humble and admit that you failed and try to correct it, see us, respond to us. Yeah. And then just wanted to mention, Jaylani, a Facebook comment I seen that you shared that you care about the quality of life.
Please address the council as a whole.
I would hope you all care about the quality of life for Pittsburgh, and this isn't it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Frank Perkins, resident here in Pittsburgh. 26,000 signatures so far that oppose this data center. Roughly right now, it's 65 to 70% of the United States that also oppose data centers. Now, why is that? Now, when you guys sold the golf course supposed to be for 16 million, you guys dropped it down to, 6 million less. Other thing is, when I first moved to Pittsburgh, I always drove the road that's next to the current future data center supposed to be there, the golf course. Always drive by seeing people playing golf. A few of my buddies that I know they used to come to Pittsburgh and they used to play golf. And then one day, I currently drove past it and I wondered, what happened to the golf course. I didn't know that you guys actually sold it for this data center. Another thing is you guys named it a technology park. When I think of a technology park, I think that, we have somewhere we could go, our kids could go and use, technology based, but that is not it. All these data centers that's actually being built, the words are being turned around. So they're not actually being told to the community exactly what it is. If you guys actually tell the community, hey, there's going to be a data center, that's when there's going to be an uproar and everyone's going to oppose it. Now, since we came out last month in June, you guys see how angry your citizens is. We're here tonight, once again, expressing how we feel towards you guys and the decision you guys made. I am demanding a 2-year moratorium on this project. You guys really don't understand the major aspect to this deal you guys did. It's not good for the community. It may be good for you guys because you guys made a quick buck off of the deal, but in the end, it's Pittsburgh.
Thank you.
Next 5 speaker, we have Cindy Carcamo, Jennifer Navarro, Jillian Elliott, Maed Lillis, and Coro A. Again, it's Cindy Carcamo, Jennifer Navarro, Jillian Elliott, Maed Lillis, and Coro A. First one is Cindy.
Hi, good evening. Let me ask you, City Council, if this data center is so great and awesome for the city of Pittsburgh, why was it kept a secret from Pittsburgh residents? Where was the democracy then? The negative health impacts that this data center will have on our health and livelihood is not lost on me, and it shouldn't be lost on all of you either. I want to ask of you to please stop lying to us and stop lying to yourselves. This data center will not bring permanent jobs or economic development to Pittsburgh. This is nothing short of a corrupt business deal with no thought or regard whatsoever for the many real human lives it will affect. Data centers have been being built all over the country in the same alarming, secretive, and unscrupulous way. Where are your morals? Where are your ethics? Where is your conscience? Now it's up to you, City Council. The onus is on you to fix this. We don't want a virtual workshop. We don't want a FAQ. We demand for a moratorium for 2 years on this data center project. Always remember that we, the people of Pittsburgh, voted you in, and we can and we will vote you out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jennifer Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor Adams and City Council members. My name is Jennifer. I'm a Pittsburgh resident. I stand with all the residents who have already spoken out tonight and want to add my voice as my professional background and more than 25,000 residents formally requesting an immediate moratorium on this project. I've spent 12 years building accessible, equitable preventative health programs for San Francisco and Contra Costa counties. So when I look at this project, I'm not only looking at the zoning questions, I'm also looking at the public health questions and the numbers that this council are not adding up on the council's side. Pittsburgh is a city of over 77,000 people. Roughly 77% of residents are people of color with a median individual income of around $41,000. We already carry higher death diseases than any other county average because of the historical, socioeconomic, and environmental burdens, not because of any things that the residents did, but because of where the industry has repeatedly been cited. We already have air pollution levels that are above state and normal average. Nearly a third of our residents live with obesity, asthma, respiratory illness are already elevated here because of the proximity to heavy industry and major roadways. Cardiovascular disease is already leading cause of death in this region. So we're carrying a huge, heavy burden. Let's be honest about what's driving this. This is a money-motivated decision-making. Prioritizing revenue over children's well-being is not the way. Prioritizing revenue over land and water is not the way. Prioritizing global tech interests over local residents this council was elected to serve is not the way. My ask tonight is for a better explanation of the decisions that were already made. It is for an immediate moratorium, a real pause, so this community can see the environmental health research before, not after, our health is on the line.
Thank you.
Jillian Elliott, and then Ma'i Lillis.
Hello, my name's Jillian Elliott. I'm from next door in Martinez, but as I say, water flows and air blows. In 2024, when this data center was approved by the Pittsburgh City Council, the country was just beginning to hear about data centers, and they seem to have the potential to bring jobs and capacity to communities. 2 years later, the country has hundreds planned or in operation, and the problems are compounding every week. Communities who have them are struggling with problems they didn't anticipate, from water consumption, energy pollution, energy consumption, noise. And in our area, we have fires and drought. So the risks are, manifold. What are the actual risks on this center? The surrounding area and also, greater Contra Costa. We share a water supply. We share firefighters. We share a lot of resources. So what are the problems that we can anticipate? Well, we don't know, because on December 8th, 2025, just over 7 months ago, the California Energy Commission approved a small power plant exemption for the backup generating facility under schedule number 2025100607. The city of Pittsburgh also approved the exemption on December 11th, 2025. This is from your website. The exemption allows the project to proceed without the full CEQA environmental review process. With so many questions and so few answers, we must slow down and enact a moratorium to enable the community, including Contra Costa as a whole, to get the answers we need. So if we do proceed, it's done with safety and resources, and our community are safeguarded. Once answers are found, this project should be approved by Contra Costa Board of Supervisors and/or a ballot measure for a vote of the residents.
Thank you.
I have come to speak out in opposition to the data center development in Pittsburgh, specifically Project Perseus by Avio Digital. Avio wants to build a data center that will use 37 diesel backup generators when a power outage occurs. These diesel engines will sit about 400 feet from homes and about 500 feet from Rancho Medanos Junior High School. Pittsburgh is not a dumping ground for Silicon Valley's servers. The company you're working with, Avio, their own study states that cancer risks nearby residents is as high as 17 in 1 million. The Bay Area district's limit is 10 in 1 million. Diesel exhaust causes cancer and asthma, which impacts sensitive populations like children and the elderly the hardest. One of our community members went to St. Peter the Martyr Church on Sunday for the Spanish-speaking Sunday service. She collected easily over 100 signatures for our petition opposing the data center. Some of these community members don't have cell phones or email addresses, and they provided a written signature. I would like to ask how the council will address these people in the July 30th Zoom meeting. How will their concerns be addressed if they don't own a computer, have Zoom, or an email address? We are asking for a moratorium on phases 2 and 3 of this project. And I'm also asking for the city council to, whenever they release a YouTube video commenting on this project, that they turn on the comments. Additionally, I am concerned about the zoning conversion proposal near the waterfront. The first use case for this proposal is a data center. We don't want that data center either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My voice sounds funny on here. On the topic of the data centers and the revenue, the bubble, the AI bubble's popping soon. There's a lot of cases of AI psychosis being recorded in hospitals all over the country. That's one of the main reasons data centers are getting banned, on top of the fact that they have incredible, irreversible effects to our nature and our environment. I'm tired. But no, yeah, as everyone said before, I'm not going to talk about all of the negative side effects it has. Everyone's already talked about that. But the AI psychosis is another thing that not a lot of people are talking about, because a lot of people are believing it in its ability to generate some fantastical religious thing. AI psychosis has been affecting many people, making people take their lives, forcing people to go into hospitals, getting 5150'd, hurting themselves or others, and believing a fantastical idea that they are a prophet, or that there is a God coming to save them, or that AI is going to take over the world in a pleasant manner, and that everyone's going to be okay. That's not true. A lot of the AI CEOs are talking about AI like it's the next big thing. Like, you guys are talking about our children learning about AI. Our children can't read. How are the children going to learn about AI and get these new job opportunities when there's no job opportunities to begin with? Because there's nobody coming to Pittsburgh, because there's nothing to do in Pittsburgh, because you guys want to have data centers instead of places where real people can work real jobs. With the advancement of AI, there's been a heavy decline in job opportunities, and there's been a very big downfall in our economy as the AI rise has happened. And as this bubble is starting to pop, you don't want to add another data center that's going to collapse and not bring you any revenue that you're looking for.
Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, we have Lucas Miranda, Pauline Johnson, Gretchen Egan, Jessica Rojas, and Mia Barajas. Again, that's Lucas Miranda, Pauline Johnson, Gretchen Egan, Jessica Rojas, and Mia Barajas. First speaker is Lucas Miranda.
Hello, I'm a 18-year-old Pittsburgh resident. I'm here to oppose the technology park, and I demand an urgent moratorium. I'm disgusted by City Council's behavior and secrecy regarding this project, and it's disgusting to even consider a data center right next to the people you're supposed to be representing. This data center is only for the profit of those who own it, nothing else. It's not going to benefit me. It's not going to benefit anyone else in this room besides you who I don't know how much you're getting to support this, and the people who own it. The data center will also be used to increase mass surveillance that would unjustly criminalize residents of Pittsburgh, specifically the Black and brown youth, where you're building this data center around. The more you avoid our demand, the more people are going to show up, the more you're not going to get elected, the more money you're going to lose. And yeah, we're not going to stop showing up until we get an urgent moratorium and a ban on all future data centers, including the one on the waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pauline Johnson.
Hi, I'm Pauline Johnson. I'm here as a resident to bring clarity to the interests of ordinary citizens. I'm here concerned about the proposal for the zoning conversion on the waterfront to limited industrial with a limited overlay. We understand that there isn't a finalized project, but I'm concerned that a data center is the first example use case written in the documents from April 2026. There's also a history of the city to pushing undesirable projects under our noses, it seems like. For example, the exclusive negotiating rights agreement with EDS was signed in 2017 before the golf course closed in 2018, as well as a resident poll. Why do you ask us when you streamline with developers behind the scenes? Thirdly, in a 13-month audit of data centers in Santa Clara, San Jose, and Sunnyvale, nearly 50% of the identified facilities ran their backup diesels for reasons other than routine testing and maintenance. Do the residents know that the 37 diesel generators introduces cancer risk? 17 in a million, above the 10 in a million threshold. The Air District that Mayor Adams is on has already designated Pittsburgh as an overburdened community. I asked for reconsideration of this project. I also asked for a 2-year moratorium on all 3 phases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Egan. I'm from Martinez, and although the data center is not in my city, it's only about 10 miles away from me. I'm outraged, like most people in this room, that the first phase of this data center was completed without public awareness. However, as angry as I am, threatening the city council with bodily harm is not going to help anybody fix what has been done, although I must admit that everybody's being way better this time around. We all have to work together to fix the wrongs that have happened in Pittsburgh. Let's give Pittsburgh the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, the data center was trying to hide the fact that it is, in fact, a data center by calling it a technology park, which is totally deceitful. And the Pittsburgh City Council fell for it. Perhaps they didn't realize how truly horrible data centers are to the environment. Regardless, we know now, and we need to fix things. I propose that the Pittsburgh City Council put a moratorium on continuing with phases 2 and 3. This is possible because they've done it in other cities. Do this before you start campaigning to keep your city council seats. To the people of Pittsburgh, if they can stop the data center from moving forward, then you can vote for them. And in Congress, Bernie Sanders and AOC currently are working on a bill to put a moratorium on all data centers as they realize the horrendous environmental impact. Several states have already put a moratorium on all data centers, even though construction has already begun. And California should join those states. But for now, let's just start with this data center in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh deserves better. Contra Costa County deserves better, as does the state of California, the United States, and the entire world. No data centers.
Thank you. My name is Jessica. I'm a native of Pittsburgh, and I'm here once again to oppose the data center and request an immediate moratorium on all phases, and demand that you provide 3 minutes to all speakers on August 3rd, and that all 5 of the city council members show up to that meeting and be ready to answer questions and concerns. Continuing to push off this item to future agenda items is strategic and shameful. Announcing you made the next meeting a workshop is ridiculous. It's not a workshop, nor is it collaborative when you're requiring questions to be submitted ahead of time. This is what you call leadership. That's a chance for you all to go through the questions ahead of time and decide which serve your agenda and which you will bury and not tell the public what was asked. The comment that builders won't want to work here anymore, good. We want our open land for our native animals and plants. The comment about jobs being not available, 90% of Pittsburgh residents commute right now, and this data center will bring potentially 20 jobs maximum. So those points were all useless and made by the people who want to profit off of us and don't reside here in Pittsburgh. I want to know what happens after phase 1. Will potable water be used? Yes or no? Will carbon-free energy be used? Yes or no? Where will they dispose the e-waste accumulated that contains mercury and lead and will further harm our soil? Will there be standalone environmental impact reports for each phase? Yes or no? I want you to require all of those things on all future phases if you abandon your duty to serve us, the people you swore to represent. We vote for you all to be sitting in that seat, so we expect, as the citizens you represent, to get this project out of our city, regardless of the cost, because the alternative is our water, our health, and the children across the street at the Community Sports Center and Rancho Junior High. There are over 25,900 signatures on that petition to stop this data center from infiltrating our community. We are sick of the games that the Pittsburgh City Council is playing. The public deserves a lawful and transparent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mia Barajas. I'm here in concern of the data center. I have something written up. I have lived here for years. I truly see a lot of potential with my city, and I wish for my memories in this town to last as long as possible. But me, I can't do that with a data center in our backyard. And sadly, our city council puts citizens' worries aside for extra money in their pockets without worrying about how the data center can affect everyone. And I think that if you have multiple people from around the Bay Area telling our city council that putting a data center here is wrong and morally corrupt, I think that you guys as a city council should listen. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, we have Aimee Hernandez, Eder Garcia, Cece Cardinale Macaluso, Aaron M., and Mike Katz. First speaker is Aimee Hernandez, Eder Garcia, Cece Cardinale Macaluso, Aaron M., and Mike Katz.
Good evening. I'm a native of Pittsburgh, raised here my entire life. I graduated from Pittsburgh High. I left and I thought I'd never return until I reconnected with my now husband and realized that coming home to the pride of Pittsburgh is where I belonged, or at least I thought. We love this city, the multiculturalness, the unity. Pittsburgh used to be a place that people didn't even want to visit. Now everyone wants to live here. But that's all going to change if this unwanted by the majority of the city data center gets built. We're raising my daughter here in Pittsburgh. Never did I think that this city would approve something so catastrophic for our community. I consider myself a reasonable person. And I understand that when the decision was made to move forward with this data center, there wasn't a lot known about data centers, but I find it hard to comprehend now that after knowing all about the catastrophic side effects that the data centers, which they've all been said, so I'm sure you know all the bad side effects, but knowing all of this now, how you're all up there still moving forward with this. And this is either out of just pure ignorance or greed. You're supposed to listen to your citizens and do what the people who voted for you want, right? And if you had any ounce of integrity, you would realize this and you could stop this from happening. You can still stop it. You'll have to keep the weight of this horrible decision for the rest of your lives. Maybe not now, but there'll be horrible side effects from the data centers that won't take long to show. There's thousands of videos everywhere that show this. I know most of this town is disappointed with you guys. But one thing everyone does have a choice, but one thing everyone does have is forgiveness.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. First, I want to inform that the lady before me had 14 seconds left and you dinged the bell early. So I want to bring that into concern. But earlier in the meeting, you mentioned that you were open up Pittsburgh FAQ questions, and you mentioned us, and you said for us to check it out. So what did I do? I went ahead and checked it out, and one of the questions that stood out to me is about the diesel backup generators. To start, the question is for how often will they run, and what are the expected annual emissions, and will the data be publicly reported? In the answer, you mentioned that the generators are assumed, a very vague word, doesn't even say how long or anything. There's no confirmation. It's just a vague term, assumed. That's what you posted, to operate 50 hours per year. And to explore 4,209 metric tons of carbon dioxide. The Bay Area Quality Air District's threshold is 10,000. So when you do the math, 37 diesel generators only have to run for 5 days straight. And guess what? These data centers run 24/7, 365 days a year. Do you really think that they're going to run for only 5 days when they put up 37 diesel generators? And again, in your question, you don't even mention about posting the data publicly. You've had 2 years to put all of this together. You've been having this project for 2 years, and you can't even properly answer your FAQ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Consuelo
Cece Macaluso. And I'm here today to speak as a resident, but I guess I could save a lot of this for the meeting on August 3rd. So, because a lot of it was, can you please put this on the agenda for the city? So I want to say thank you for putting it on the agenda. So I hope we have enough time and a full 3 minutes to thoroughly talk about our concerns moving forward. But some of the concerns that I have that I would really want to focus on is the city continuing to mask the data center verbiage with green tech? And are we, as a council, planning on to add additional data centers along the old steel mill or the waterway on the Delta? That's a concern of mine moving forward, since we've already approved the current one at the golf course. So my ask tonight would be to immediately put in a moratorium on the current approval data center on the golf course, and then revisit the current verbiage that we have in the city about the green technology to see if there's any other plans and projects in our wake that we should be concerned about as a community. So, and ultimately, like one of my community members said earlier, is, you know, everybody has an opportunity to right their wrongs. And if you guys made a mistake on voting voting yes on this project for our city, it's still not too late to, you know, reconsider what you've done and to leave a better legacy for your future and your career in politics. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council and Mayor. It is an honor to be here alongside my community, speaking out about this AI data center. It's starting to feel like that the more money you have, the more precious your words are, because you let these multi-billion-dollar corporations step into Pittsburgh and just blow away everything with this threat of an AI data center being built around communities. Our people, the people of Pittsburgh, we stood out there in the rain against corporal greed endorsed by you folks. And that's twisted. That's not how democracy is supposed to be. You folks had initially planned this AI data center, 8 years ago? And you're just now starting to hold an official rally informing the folks of Pittsburgh and the Bay Area about what's going on, supposedly on July 30th. It's just not good for the community. Definitely. And earlier, a union guy in a suit and tie, he said, maybe this AI data center will have new job opportunities, but I see out there in San Francisco, taxi drivers were replaced by Waymo. And also, I hear that the AI data center is going to take away water and make the water dirty. Some of my friends have to rely on tap water as drinking water due to their economical situation. And during droughts, will they be able to survive, let alone get a job? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have the next 5 speakers: Emmanuel Ron, Fatima Alexa, Anthony Dow, Marifer Miranda, and Isabel Morales. It's Emmanuel Ron, Fatima Alexa, Anthony Dow, Marifer Miranda, and Isabel Morales.
Hello, everyone. This is an honor to speak here with my community. I'm against data centers. I think all of it provides is just not good for anyone. And I think we've already made it clear that we do not want it at all. It only brings negative things, and it doesn't even, it's useless. And after one of the communities here, you called us ignorant for not wanting it and not wanting like the new technology. And I think that you guys yourself are ignorant by wanting that, because you hear all these negative things and you hear how much it's going to affect the community in negative ways. I live right there. It's right next to a middle school. I don't understand how you guys can sit by and agree this and have this on your conscience for 8 years, thinking that it's going to go for 8 years, and then only by 2024 you bring into the community and soft like. You had said that you notified all like the people living in that area and they already agreed to it, and that's already it's time to go for it, like it's already gonna happen, but that's not true. My family, my house, I live so close there. I got nothing. I know nothing about it up until like recently. I think that you guys work for us. You guys work for us. I think you guys are not getting that clear. We do not want that. Please. We put you in office. Please listen to the people. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Fatima Alexa.
Good evening. I am an abolitionist and resident of East Contra Costa County. I have a degree in urban and environmental policy and a master's degree in social work. I've spent nearly half of my life now as an organizer, advocate, and researcher alongside youth of color, working class families, and incarcerated populations. So in solidarity with Pittsburgh youth, families, and residents, I urge you to grant an indefinite moratorium on the Perseus Data Center development. This agenda item is a racial, gender, economic, disability, labor, and environmental justice issue. Here, the development will negatively affect the health of at least 3,000 students in 5 schools within a 1-mile radius. Over 80% of Pittsburgh residents are either Latinx, Black, or Asian. Nationally, we've seen that data centers disproportionately burden working class Black and non-Black communities of color with severe health, environmental, and economic consequences. Pittsburgh is a multi-generational, family-oriented city at risk of an increase in asthma cases, hearing loss, and premature death. All data centers, whether they use renewable energy or not, burn diesel exhaust, a known carcinogen with no safe exposure level. The 24/7 sound and light pollution is torture for wildlife and local families. Lastly, we are on the unceded indigenous land of the Umpan of the Bay Miwok people. The contaminated water produced by data centers would be released into the environment, which will alter our health, wildlife, delta, land, and food for generations. Working class families in Monterey Park, California voted to ban data centers because they know working class families deserve healthy, thriving communities. Voters in Missouri voted out half of their city council for voting against a moratorium on data centers. I urge you to pass an indefinite moratorium on the development of data centers in Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Dow.
Good evening, council. So I'm not going to bring up a lot of the points that they had because I thought they really been hammering everything spot on, right? I'm a retired construction worker, right? 40 years, a union, right? The company that I retired for did probably one of the largest companies in the United States, right? I was a manager there for 25 years, okay? Coming from the field. We did a lot of data centers. We did a lot of tech work. We did a lot of work for Google, Apple, the whole 9 yards. I've done job walks on data centers from Nevada to Texas to Virginia. And I can tell you right now, the gentleman, the construction guy right there that spoke on it, I'm not in agreement with that. I'm against data centers. But I can tell you right now, walking the sites, when they're done, it's a ghost town. I don't know if you guys ever walked the site, the data center, right? You check in, there's security there. You walk in, you got a couple of maintenance guys. That is it. No jobs. All the jobs are front loaded with construction for 2 to 3 years max. After that, nothing. Okay? I think to give you guys some advice, if you want to focus on maybe some high dollar revenue, maybe focus on maybe something like what Google did at Moffett Field, right? Build a campus, high paying jobs, something like what Meta did in Menlo Park, something like Oracle did in Redwood City. High-paying jobs, get these people off the freeways where they don't have to commute 3 hours a day of their life just to make enough money to earn a living to buy a house. Right now, everybody's commuting. All we doing is building homes. That's got to stop. I got excited about the data center.
Thank you.
Tech park. That's not a tech park, guys.
Thank you, Speaker. We have Mayor Fer Miranda, please. Mayor Fer Miranda.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Marifer. I am a community organizer with Monument Impact, in case you couldn't tell. But I'm also here as a resident of Bay Point, specifically the San Marcos community. The voices of my mixed status family and neighbors are often ignored. We've been ignored as our hills have been excavated in the last decade, increasing traffic while the rents have gone up, and ignoring continuing environmental issues, including our wildlife being run over constantly and going into people's homes, killing their pets. That has happened. And so this isn't an accident. It's all a domino effect. And I want to reassure, no municipal advisory committee or ad hoc committee is going to solve this type of neglect. Our community is just as impacted, but has not been considered at all in this decision. And like I mentioned to you all at the economic development meeting 2 weeks ago, if you continue to push this issue back, and larger resistance and pushback is going to come from the residents, as you see today. AVIO has even bragged publicly strategy to secure land and locking in power agreements ahead of anticipated congestion in top-tier data center markets. AVIO procure power and lock it in to bypass the bid congestion, calling it just-in-time capital. That's all we are to them. Cost-cutting opportunity for them and destruction completely for us. We demand a 2-year moratorium on all phases of this proposed technology park data center. And in preparation for August 3rd, I personally want to urge you as a council to seek guidance from us for a citywide ordinance committing to zero AI data center development, because this is not just your future. You will not be here later on. This is my...
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabel Morales, and I've been working like promotora in several projects in the city. And it's very easy, guys. We need transparency. We need, please, the translation of all the documentation about the project, about data center to Spanish or any language that the community needs. We don't need any webinar. We need a sit with you face to face and review all the information. And please, in these coming meetings, one advice, we need translation, please. We need the translation, simultaneous translation. And another thing, we don't want to hear, oh, there's no problem with the data center, everything will be fine. No, we need evidence. We need the information, we need the investigation, because all of we are prepared with all of this information to sit with you and discuss it. So we are members of the same team, right? We are not here to fight. We need to fix this together, and we need your support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next two speakers are participating remotely. So first speaker on Zoom, we have Mike Katz-Lakabi.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Katz-Lakabe. I'm the Director of Research for Open Privacy. It looks like you have a lot on your plate tonight, but I got one more to add for you. As a result of a recent public records request, I discovered that the Pittsburgh Police Department is illegally sharing license plate reader data with San Diego Sector Border Patrol, a federal agency. And the Freeway Safety Network, administered by the Pittsburgh Police Department, is sharing license plate reader data with the IRS. Now, sharing license plate reader data with federal and out-of-state agencies became illegal in 2016 when SB 34 was signed into law. However, so many agencies were failing to comply with the law that the California Department of Justice issued an information bulletin in October 2023 to remind law enforcement agencies that they can't do this. Now, Section 432.5C of the Pittsburgh Police Department policy states ALPR system audits should be conducted on a regular basis. This is also a requirement under SB 34. However, it appears that either audits are not being conducted as required, or the audits are not thorough enough to check whether the police department is actually complying with California state law. Not only is it disappointing that the agency tasked with enforcing the law is itself failing to follow the law, its actions have endangered the Pittsburgh community and its neighbors. I look forward to this violation of state law being quickly addressed in a transparent investigation into how this happened, how long it's been occurring, accountability for those responsible, and a plan for how it will be prevented in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is Jenny Morales.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hello Pittsburgh Council. I'm Jennifer Morales, the Community Organizing Manager for the Community Engagement Program at Monument Impact. We're here to support community demands against the data center. This issue is big because Council decided to make a huge decision for a very tight-knit community that did not involve thorough community involvement. But also at the same at this point, there has been enough public comment to know that you have a chance to correct this decision. And so at this point, it should really be about Council looking how to get this contract canceled. This is a land justice issue, and people have done their research, as we've seen through comment, which includes looking into the company that you made this contract with. So when we say that we don't want an FAQ or webinar, it's because we've done the research, and it's ultimately led the community to say we don't want a data center. If this decision came from caring about Pittsburgh and its prosperity and like trying to bring jobs here, then you have to think about how it's a multi-generational city, including members of this community having gone to elementary school with some of you. So if we're thinking about its prosperity and protecting community long-term, then think about passing ordinances that will protect its community from gentrification or high cost of living through protections like rent control and just cause. Choosing to go through with this decision and doing nothing about it is what you will be remembered for, and I don't think that's what you want. And so we need a moratorium and for this issue to be put on the agenda now. And I would just want to reiterate Isabel Morales's comment that these meetings need to be translated for community members who do not speak English, because we've had a couple people come up to us, we've had to translate for them, and it should really be up to Council to be able to provide this. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one last speaker card that was just turned in from Patty McAllister. Patty McAllister?
Hi, I just came here after work, but I want to let you know, you guys are talking about a translator. You guys need to buy one of those machines. They're not that expensive versus wanting to put in a motel over here or whatever you want. You need to consider these citizens. It's ridiculous. And consider us, because none of you probably live near there, and the effects that this is going to have on us is outright ridiculous. And we want a moratorium on this, and you know what? You need to hear our side. Have some compassion. You were all given hearts, and you need to open your heart and listen to what everybody's been saying all night long, because it's not right the way you guys have done all these citizens to go ahead and slam this in our face and say, screw you, I don't give a heck about you. I'm just worried about my pocketbook. Well, that's not right, people. And these people have been through a lot, and I've lived here a long time myself, and it's really sad the way you've just turned against us and lied to us, because I know you have. And you all know that it's not right. And you need to really think about this, because you should be really ashamed of yourself. I don't know how you can sleep at night with all you guys have done to all these citizens that work hard, come here every day, go to work on that disgusting freeway out there, to come back here and to live here and try to do things. And you're not providing things that we need. And you've got the opportunity to do things like that. Build things that you get revenue. You can't get revenue from a data center. Put like a 7-Eleven, whatever. You know what revenue means? Money that keeps coming in. And you guys need to start doing that and considering things that are right for all of us. And I really hope you open up your eyes and your hearts. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comment on non-agenda items, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to everybody that provided public comment. Much appreciated. And it's important that we hear your voices, so thank you for what you shared. Hopefully everyone will stay. We have some business to tend to that I think is important. We will move into public hearing portion of our agenda next. It's item number 5, which is the adoption of a city council resolution confirming, thank you for coming, ladies, confirming the engineer's report and district diagram and ordering a levy for citywide landscaping and light assessment district 1988-1 for fiscal year 2026-2027. We have Sharon Paz, Administrator 2, doing the presentation tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Good evening, Mayor Adams, council members, Mr. City Manager, staff, and members of the public. This evening, I'll present information on the annual renewal for the Citywide Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District 1988-1. The Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 permits local governments to recoup the proportional share of costs that provide a special and direct benefit to properties within the district boundaries. Proportionate share and special and direct benefit are important concepts that we'll return to later. The amount of the assessment charged on a parcel owner's tax bill is directly related to the amount of the benefit that that property receives. Assessments for the citywide district pay for a portion of the following improvements.
Sharon, if you wouldn't mind just waiting a second.
Yes, sir.
Chief, could I have you close the doors as people are leaving so that we can continue? Sorry. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it.
So assessments for the citywide district pay for a portion of the following improvements: street lights, street trees, and all of the landscaping in all of our parks, the rights-of-way, and the medians. The Act of 1972 has a few requirements for the annual district renewal. One is the preparation of an engineer's report that includes a district diagram showing the boundaries and the properties to be assessed. It includes plans and specifications describing the general nature and the location of the landscaping and lighting improvements. It includes a cost estimate of the maintenance, operations, and servicing of the district improvements for the given fiscal year. And it includes the total cost of the improvements to be assessed on a proportion to the special benefit received by each parcel. Another requirement is to hold this public hearing, providing the opportunity for public comment and discussion. After, the City Council can levy the assessment by sending a roll of parcels to the County Assessor's Office to be listed as a separately stated item on the county tax bill. And this image is an example of what appears on the tax bill for a single-family residence in the district. And that is my desk phone number so that people can call and ask questions. The boundary of the citywide district includes the entirety of the city limits, shown here in white, excluding the small red portion to the west, which represents the Oak Hills district. Vacant residential parcels are not assessed. A parcel will be included on the assessment roll once a structure is declared final by the City of Pittsburgh's Building Division. It's important to note that in 1996, California voters passed Proposition 218, which affirms that all parcels, including those that are owned by any local, state, or federal agency that benefit from district improvements, cannot be exempt from the assessments. Quote, unless the agency can demonstrate by clear and convincing evidence that they in fact receive no special benefit. So, after the passage of Prop 218, the city began paying assessments on public property to ensure conformance with state law. In short, all developed parcels in the district pay the assessment. The district improvements include lighting. All work and improvements used for the lighting of any public places, including the maintenance, operation, and servicing of over 2,300 city-owned streetlights. This includes all the material, resources, and staff needed to take care of the district street lighting. And what are the benefits of street lighting? Well, the improvements increase safety and accessibility. Landscaping is the other improvement. This includes staff, services, and materials for the maintenance and operation of approximately 415 acres of landscape improvements and over 18,200 city-maintained trees. This is inclusive of all rights-of-way, medians, and parks. And the benefit of landscaping is improved aesthetics and increased livability. When the district was formed, the city engineer developed an equitable method for distributing the costs of maintaining the district improvements. And that method asserts that all accessible parcels benefit because they are similarly distributed throughout the district. That method also determines the proportionate benefit received by each parcel based on the type and intensity of use. For example, a single-family home receives similar benefits to another single-family home, but much differently than an apartment complex or a shopping center. That method established a formula to determine the special benefit for each parcel. The base unit is called a benefit factor. Residential parcels, which are most of the parcels in the citywide district, have a benefit factor of 1. The method determines the cost for the district improvements. The cost for the citywide LAD was established when council adopted the operating budget in June. The method calculates the total cost to be assessed by taking the total cost for the district improvements and subtracting the general benefit. Now remember that parcels in the district receive a proportionate special benefit from the lighting and landscaping improvements, but they don't receive all the benefit. When folks come into town, or out-of-town friends or family, the public at large, they enjoy the benefits of lighting and landscaping as they travel into town to work or to play or to conduct business, but they don't pay for those benefits. This falls into the category of a general benefit because the benefit extends to the public at large. That out-of-town driver benefits from the streetlights placed at major intersections, and they benefit from a landscaped park where they meet family and friends. So because this is beyond the special benefit assessed upon parcel owners, they cannot be required to pick up that cost. It must be paid for through another funding source, such as the general fund. Lastly, the method derives an applied assessment for each parcel based on the assessments set by the voters in 1990-91 and 2007-2008. When the district was formed in 1988, the annual assessment for all uses was set at $69.24 per benefit factor. Residences and businesses alike paid the same rate. In fiscal year 1990-91, the City Council increased the rate by $7.94 for all uses, which brought the rate up to $77.18. This increase was affirmed by voters in the 1996 general election in conformance with Prop 218. In fiscal year 2008-2009, City Council proposed an increase of $25 per benefit factor for residential and mixed-use land only. Voters again passed the ballot measure, affirming the assessment increase to $102.18 per benefit factor. Also that year, the city began paying for the assessments on public school parcels and a state Board of Equalization property. There is no CPI increase built into the assessment methodology, and there has been no assessment increase since. This slide shows the parcel count, benefit factors, and assessment totals for all residential and mixed-use parcels, which is 95.7% of the total assessed parcels in the district. We're very resident-heavy. I want to draw your attention to the total number of benefit factors. This is important and comes into play when we look at the total expenditures and how much each benefit factor should cost. This slide shows the parcel count, benefit factors, and assessment totals for all other uses, which is 4.3% of the total assessed parcels in the district. So what's happening in the citywide district this fiscal year? Well, it's starting out rough, with the beginning fund balance in deficit by over $418,000. Revenue is estimated to total $5,337,400, and that's comprised of assessments posted to the county tax roll, assessments for city-owned parcels, assessments for city-subsidized parcels, the general benefit, again, that benefit enjoyed by the public at large that has to be paid for by another source, and gap funding provided from the general fund, as were the previous three items. Gap funding is again provided by the general fund, and although $1.6 million is a lot of money, you will see in the next slide that it doesn't close the deficit. The total cost of the improvements for this fiscal year is nearly $6.8 million, less the total of the general benefit, which cannot be assessed. The total cost of the improvements to be assessed is just over $6.4 million. This is how much could be assessed to parcel owners. So if all revenue is received and all expenditures happen, the district will have a deficit of over $1.4 million at the end of the fiscal year. To arrive at the cost per benefit factor, you take the total cost of the improvements to be assessed and you divide it by the total number of special benefit factors. So one benefit factor actually costs $186.27. So with the current applied assessment rates approved by the voters, the revenue falls short, as you can see in the bottom section. For residential and mixed use per special benefit factor, the gap is $84.09. And for all other uses, it's $109.09. So because assessments have remained unchanged since 1991 and 07, 08, while the amount of work has increased alongside inflation, a significant funding gap has formed. So the previous slides focused on the status of the citywide district, and it is troubling. And that budget for this operating year doesn't come near the level of landscape service and maintenance that we've said we really want to see in the district. In December 2020, City Council adopted a minute order approving the landscape maintenance master plan. The plan provided an evaluation of the conditions of the landscape throughout the city of Pittsburgh. It discussed public work challenges and provided solutions to remedy the leading issues. The plan also proposed a schedule of improvements and guidelines to upgrade existing conditions, and it included an estimate of costs for full implementation. Unfortunately, insufficient assessment revenue and the lack of alternate funding prevents the landscape maintenance master plan from being implemented. Likewise, for the past 8 years, City Council has made increased beautification a goal, and as a resident, I love that. Yet available funding prevents staff from making meaningful progress. In addition to the existing landscape improvements we have, we take on new ones each year without the means to perform sustainable maintenance. Well, understandably, there are more elements that go into beautification than landscape maintenance. Other factors like public dumping or litter or graffiti are related, but they're outside the focus of the district. I will assure the council that Public Works staff will continue doing the best they can with what they have. But as the district's landscaping and lighting needs continue to grow alongside inflation and stagnant assessment revenue, the goal of increased beautification will continue to be a dream deferred. So, staff recommends City Council hold this public hearing and take public testimony, then adopt a resolution confirming the engineer's report and district diagram and levy the fiscal year 2026-27 assessment for the citywide landscaping and lighting district. Thank you very much, council, for your attention, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation and the walk that you did. I had a question before I hand it over to my colleagues. Because these assessments, they haven't kept pace with inflation, how much of the actual cost of landscaping, lighting, and park maintenance do they cover today? And what other city funds are being used to maintain the current service?
Let me scroll back on the. So right here on this slide, you'll see the revenue. We're anticipating about 5.3 million. We get the assessments from the tax roll. The general fund pays for their own parcels that we own. They pay for schools and the state subsidized property. The general benefit, that's the benefit to the public at large who don't live here, who like lighting and like to go to the parks. So we have to pay for that through another funding source. That's also the general fund. And the general fund is flexible enough that it's been used increasingly to try to narrow that gap.
Okay, thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Killings?
Thank you to staff for the presentation. I guess, can you just share, if there's any perspective operationally, what the 1.4 deficit in this fiscal year means, or showing that we're not bringing enough revenue to cover it? Can you kind of just give us a thought of what that means operationally in terms of some areas aren't going to get the maintenance and the landscape this year? We're having to pull back. We're doing less frequency. If there's anything that you could share relating to that.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Killings. You are going to see the impacts within our landscaped areas. We're not going to be able to maintain them as often as we'd like. So we're currently visiting our landscaping about 2 times a year. Ideally, we'd be visiting once a month. And so we've had to reduce the frequency of the work that we're doing. You're also seeing less improvements within our parks. A lot of our amenities, our benches, our playgrounds, our water fountains, they're not getting maintained or replaced at the frequency that we would like, because we just don't have the funds to do that. We really have to prioritize what repairs or what replacements we're going to do each year. So just every year that gap gets greater and greater, and the level of service that we can provide our parks and our landscape and our lighting is reduced.
Thank you.
Mayor, can you please, through the mayor, please open the public hearing?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We will now open the public hearing and continue with questions or comments. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
Yes, we do. Wolfgang Krosky.
Welcome.
So a couple of thoughts on this. So I have an office down and I have one of those nice little diamonds right in front of the office that has landscaping. It's literally just dirt. Like everything's dead. None of the plants get watered. So we're running a 1.4 million deficit to have like we saw, you know, the landscaping on Railroad, the bike path and all that. And it just looks like a desert, you know. So what would it cost to actually make things more beautiful throughout the city? I think that's the number we should look at, is not just what does it take to keep the current status, because I think we can all agree the current status isn't something that we're all excited about. So what would it take to actually fund this goal? And then I would slow things down and actually look at how can we create a systemic solution to not being this problem every 20 years. And the reality is there's no CPI to this funding formula. So rather than let's just do a one-time bump, let's create a solution so we're not constantly in this scenario where we're trying to play catch up and we're having to spend 10 times as much more money, opposed to if we just had the proper amount each year to maintain it, because it's always more expensive to fix broken things than to just do maintenance. So would be interested in knowing what is the dollar amount per parcel to actually make this city look like our neighboring cities. You look at the cities of Oakley and Brentwood, yes, their property taxes are higher, but when you drive through that city, it is beautiful. I just put a for sale sign up on a house in Brentwood, and green strips and plants, and it's manicured and it's very inviting. And we don't have that because the funding mechanism itself has never really been, I think, taken seriously. So this is an opportunity to create, we created the Rainy Day Fund for the city and created that financial tool. This is an opportunity to create a tool so that we're staying current on this and not just always playing catch up. But it'd be nice to know what is the dollar amount needed to.
Thank you.
No more comments, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. We will now close the public hearing. Did you have a response? I just saw your face there.
We do.
Okay.
Last year, we presented to the Infrastructure and Transportation Subcommittee, and at that time, estimates of implementation of the Landscape Maintenance Master Plan was about $12.9 million per fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just expand on that a little bit, we did look at the levels of maintenance of our neighboring cities. We looked at the proper staffing levels required and equipment, and that was what was included in that landscape maintenance master plan. So the recommendation per that plan was to raise our annual maintenance effort from the current, 5.3 million up to 12.9 million. And the direction from the subcommittee was to explore the different avenues where we could possibly raise those funds, whether in a one-time effort over multiple years, and staff is currently working on that analysis.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add, there is a process. It's not like the council can just do this. So as our Public Works Director was describing, as Sharon was describing, there's a public process, and then the residents would have to agree to that. So if that was pushed forward, what I heard from tonight was that we have some local community support for looking at a dedicated funding source that met the needs of the city with some type of cost increase. I don't want to put words directly into the mouth of our one speaker, but at least it seemed like there was some support for establishing that type of funding source here in our city, and that's something that Public Works is working on, and we would hope to come to council sometime next year to have further discussion.
In light of what you described and what that, adopting the resolution for the report, like how would that play into that process?
So Sharon will describe what tonight is, and then I can describe more of the future process if the council would like.
So tonight, accepting the engineer's report and the district diagram is just allows us to put the assessed parcels on the tax roll with the county. So the rates that voters approved back in 1990 and 91 and 07 and 08, those can't change without voter approval because of Proposition 218, right? So the assessment rate will continue in the next fiscal year. It won't change for anyone. And that's what will happen for 26, 27. That's what you would be doing today, is just approving the existing rate and the existing assessment.
Okay, thank you. So we could explore maybe taking it to a subcommittee or a discussion later.
Yeah, that's correct. And I want to point out a positive. Most cities do not have a citywide landscape and lighting assessment district like we have here. So that is a benefit of something that we have that's able to provide a direct funding source. It's not meeting the full needs of what the city council would like through the adoption of the master plan. But I think we need to point it out. Some of our surrounding cities, new development is paying for it, and then their general funds have to then subsidize the cost for residents who are not paying. And luckily here, it really covers the entire city, other than a small portion, which Sharon will talk about in her next presentation. Okay. And one last thing is, any new development that's going through for an entitlement, as your city manager, I'm not asking them to just annex into this landscape and lighting district. We are asking them to through the proper studies, that we determine what the true cost of providing maintenance to our landscape and lighting district throughout the city and for their projects. And so those new developments will come in at a higher rate than what's currently proposed. So even if nothing changes from today, our new developments are moving forward with a rate that's going to be higher than what is currently in this LLAD. I think that's important. We can't just, we got to look to the future, and we got to start somewhere. And so anytime someone has a development agreement, they're trying to renew their development agreement, a condition of approval of their project will be annexing into a LLAD, which is properly collecting revenue to meet the needs of the city.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? Okay. Oh,
I'm ready for a motion if you are.
okay,
Yep.
great. So with that, we will move forward. What is the pleasure of council?
Yes, through the mayor, I'll move adoption of city council resolution confirming the engineer's report and district diagram and ordering a levy for citywide landscape and lighting assessment district 1988-1 for fiscal years 26 and 27.
I second. Thank you. Please cast your votes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to public hearing item number 6, which.
Sorry, through the mayor, can we take a 5 or 10 minute break? If you don't
Yes,
mind? Okay.
yes. We'll take a 5-minute recess or break. confirming the engineer's report and district diagram, and ordering a levy for the Oak Hills Landscaping and Lighting District 1988-2, July 20th, 2026. Today, right?
Yes, that's a very big year I put on that slide. Let's ignore that. So thank you, council, for your continued attention as we move to the Oak Hills Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District. You're already familiar with the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, so I will proceed to the details of the Oak Hills renewal. The Oak Hills District is a small section within the Oak Hills subdivision, bordered by West Leland Road to the north, Southwood Drive to the east, to the west, Woodhill Drive, and Beechwood Court. And there's a straight line to the south bordering houses and through the open space. So it's just a tiny portion of space. When the district was established in 1988, the annual assessment for all uses was set at $69.24 per benefit factor. Like the citywide district, the assessment increased in fiscal year 90-91 to $77.18 for all uses. And this increase was affirmed by voters in the 96 general election. Like the citywide district, there's no inflation index built into the present assessment methodology, and there's been no increase in the assessment in nearly 30 years. This slide shows detail of the parcel count, benefit factors, and assessment for the residential and mixed-use parcels. So everything in this district is a single family except for the one city pump station. So what's happening in the Oak Hills district for fiscal year 26-27? It's starting out with the beginning fund balance of just over $71,400. Revenue is estimated to total $36,236, and that's comprised of assessments posted to the county tax roll, assessments for that city-owned parcel, the general benefit, and a little bit of investment earnings. The total cost of the district improvements for this fiscal year is $38,929. So less the total of the general benefit, which of course cannot be assessed, the total cost of improvements that could be assessed to parcel owners is just over, it's really almost $39,000, so $38,929. So there is a small funding deficit, which will be covered by the beginning fund balance. Again, to get the cost per benefit factor, you take the total cost of the improvements to be assessed, and then you divide it by the number of special benefit factors. So the actual value of each benefit factor is $88.07. With the current applied assessment rate of $77.18 for all parcels, that revenue falls short by about $10.09 per benefit factor. So, staff recommends City Council hold the public hearing and take public testimony, and then adopt a resolution confirming the engineer's report and district diagram, and levy the fiscal year 2026-27 assessment for the Oak Hills Landscaping and Lighting District. Thank you again for your attention, and we stand by for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I will now open a public hearing again for this item number 6. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, are there any public comments for this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. We will now close the public hearing. Without additional questions or comments, what is the pleasure of the council for this item? Councilmember Killings?
Through the mayor, I'll move approval of the adoption of a city council resolution confirming the engineer's report and district diagram and ordering a levy for the Oak Hills Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 1988-2 for fiscal year 26-27.
Thank you. I will second your motion. Councilmember Killings? Can everyone cast your votes?
Madam Mayor, you have to cast your vote.
Kidneys. I'm having trouble with my portal here. Can we do a roll call vote?
Yes. We have Councilmember Kabata.
Aye.
Councilmember Banales?
Aye.
Councilmember Killings?
Aye.
Mayor Adams?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will now move to consideration item number 7. Adoption of a city council resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a license agreement with Your Community Farmers Advocate, the operation of a certified farmers market, Hall Lawn. We have Shadra Shakia, Recreation Coordinator, doing the presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we're here to present a proposal to bring back a weekly certified farmers market to the city of Pittsburgh. We'll give a little background on where we've been, what we've learned, and the agreement we're recommending tonight. As many of you know, Pittsburgh used to have a certified farmers market that was operated by Pacific Coast Farmers Market Association. During COVID, they suspended operations, and when they began reopening markets, they decided to only open their high-performing markets. Over the years, we have heard from council and residents that this is a priority for our community. Since then, staff has evaluated many ways to return the farmers market to Pittsburgh, including reaching out to several different farmers market associations and operators, as well as attending markets in surrounding cities to gain interest and feedback on alternative options. For the past several years, we have held various events such as Food Truck Thursdays to bring people and local businesses together in a lively atmosphere, all of which had ups and downs. Therefore, we decided to combine the farmers, vendors, food truck, and live music together to create a 6-month pilot plan to host a monthly night market in one of our premier locations at City Hall Lawn. The purpose of curating this market was to tackle the food insecurity that our community faces and to bring more access to fresh and healthy produce straight from our local farmers. Although there was a great interest from vendors and food trucks, we struggled in getting farmers on board, which was our main focus. Where are we today? From all these efforts, I had the opportunity to meet John Gallardo. We did a site visit of the location, and he pitched, rather than hosting a monthly market, we worked together to host a weekly, year-round market. John represents Your Community Farmers Advocate. They have been active in Napa and Sausalito, hosting markets with over 30 vendors on a weekly basis. With strong experience in market management, their team has been able to work diligently in growing their market into other events, such as Sausalito Art and Harbor Days. These events help strengthen the community by creating intentional spaces for our residents and stimulating the local economy. The proposed market will take place every Wednesday at City Hall Lawn from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. year-round, creating a consistent weekly destination where residents can shop local, support local vendors, and connect with the community. City Hall Lawn was chosen due to its proximity to the central Pittsburgh residents, ensuring accessibility, BART-ability, and ample amount of parking. Over the years, this location has been used to host the Jazz, Blues, and Funk Festival, showcasing its ability to cater to its market's needs. Staff is proposing an initial 1-year term beginning August 1st, 2026, which will allow the city to evaluate the market's success, gather feedback, and identify opportunities for future growth. A $1,000 security deposit will be required to help ensure the market is maintained and returned to its original condition after each market. There will be a fee of $3 per vendor that will be given to the city of Pittsburgh. Averaging 30 vendors weekly, we estimate the annual income of $15,000 generated from farmers market to the city. The operator is responsible for the overall management of the market, including vendor scheduling and daily operations. This includes verifying and maintaining vendor certifications to ensure compliance standards are met. The operator also manages site maintenance, handling setup, cleanup, and upkeep both during and after market hours. Finally, the operator maintains all required business licenses and liability insurance, while confirming that vendors carry their own appropriate coverage as well. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the license agreement with Your Community Farmers Advocate for the operation of a certified farmers market at the City Hall lawn and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question. One, the $1,000 deposit that you mentioned, is that the deposit that the city makes or that vendors make to the farmer's market?
That is the deposit that the operator is going to pay the city.
I see. Okay. And then my other question was around accessibility, food accessibility. So do you know if the market will take CalFresh or EBT or WIC benefits or other nutrition assistance programs?
Currently, we have not.
I would like to say yes, but I believe that was in the proposal, and I'm almost confident, but we will get back to you on that one. But I am about 99% sure that that was in the proposal, because that was
Okay.
something we discussed, and it's something that he does in the other markets. So I believe we are definitely doing that here as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, just for accessibility and access to fresh
It was
fruit
one
and
of
veggies.
it was one of the things that he really wanted to focus on, especially because of the demographics in our region here.
Okay, great. Thank you. That would be great. Do my colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Kabata?
Yes, hi. I have a couple of questions, please. First of all, I want to say thank you for bringing this forth. We're very excited about it, and some of the residents were able to find out that this was going to be on the agenda. And some of their concerns, well, yes, I guess both of them are the concerns. The first one would be, have you considered, or has it been considered in discussion with them about weekend hours? Because people were concerned that they were going to be at work, and it's in the midday, and this way people could, more on the weekends, they would come out every week very loyally.
Yeah, so during our conversations, we discussed the Wednesday option due to having no other competing markets in Contra Costa on Wednesdays. So we looked at the surrounding markets that already exist and then made the decision that way. But yeah.
So there was the gap analysis, but then it also had to do with looking at foot traffic during the day in the surrounding area, because you do have businesses, you have the schools, you have kind of people who are still at home. There is, the demographics were higher for that date. And then like Shrada said, looking at the surrounding cities, the weekends are kind of saturated in those areas. And so plus with this is an independent operator, even trying to get him to look at his operations, his vendors, where they are within the counties or counties to make that work.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's very good. Also, this other question I have was, in terms of advertising for this, I know that the city will do our share of it, but will they advertise it? Do they have a site that they advertise on that they can get people from further out that can only shop on the weekdays like that? Because some people can't make it down on the weekends, or it's too crowded, they don't want to deal with it. Will they be advertising, and have you discussed like how often or how that's going to be done?
Yes. So Your Community Farmers Advocate has a marketing team of their own who I'm working closely with to get content with them and to share on their platforms as well. So yes, they do have a website. They also have what they use, My Market Management tools, where they reach out to different vendors, and then they also are very active on social media. So that's where we would also utilize.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Killings?
Yes, thank you through the mayor. I know there is a general excitement about having a farmer's market come back. I had the same thought in terms of the weekday, but I know that this is what the operator was proposing. Did they have any experience, or did they have anything that they could point to in terms of these specific hours, in terms of operating other markets at this specific time during the weekday?
Yeah, there was, so his experience in Napa and Sausalito, he brought that in to say that there are many different opportunities with families that may have like drop off their kids at school, let's say during the school years, drop off their kids at school, and then on their way back, they can make those trips. So that was the thought process as well. And in addition to the oversaturation of the weekends.
Thank you. And I guess just to add on to getting the word out, I don't know if the district they still use, is it Peach Jar or whatever, I don't know if it's still that same communication model or not, but as far as getting the parents and being able to have the district support it in terms of folks that may be dropping kids off at school and this being that immediate option, if they would be willing to partner, just wanted to bring that up.
We've built a really good relationship with the school district over many years, and they have been really good about sharing all of our information. We do a lot of cross-promotion. Unfortunately, it's not Peach Jar anymore. Now they use Parent Square, but they have been very willing to share whatever information we send out, and it's been very beneficial for us.
Councilmember Kabata.
One more question, please. He says that he can have probably 30 to 40 vendors per market. Over time in the past, I've noticed in the farm market that we had before, the number went down and dwindled and we got less and less vendors. Will he, in his experience, has he been able to maintain that amount that he calculates?
Yeah, in terms of his other markets, he has a very strong connection with the vendors that he works with. He himself is a business owner and started off being a vendor at many of these markets. And so I believe that that relationship that he's created will go a long way, as well as kind of the need that we heard from vendors when we first initially put out the concept. I do believe there will be a strong support of vendors to take on this opportunity.
Okay, great. That's great news. Thank you.
And then, if I don't mind adding, we don't have a variety of farmer market organizations that are knocking down our door. And I'm grateful. First of all, this Chandra just has done an amazing job on her first presentation to council. So great job answering the questions and on your presentation and on your effort for the farmers market. Councilmember Kabata, we will have as many vendors as our community will support. So if people don't show, the vendors will die off. And this was a vendor that actually has some farmers that will come out. So middle of the week, during the day, people say, why, right? Why is it on the weekend? Well, the vendors already have days set to be somewhere else out in the county, as our staff has said. So I would encourage people, I'll be encouraging staff here to please, think about buying their produce here locally and using the vendors. But I'm excited that we actually have someone who's wanting to come to town, and hopefully we can work with them. And if we have to make changes, we'll make changes. But I'm excited that we have someone here that's interested. And so I will tell you, the city will be putting it out in our monthly newsletter, because I believe this is a need for our community, and we'll be promoting it and we're sharing information. But it's a business. And so we need to be here to support them. They're not subsidized by any way. The way that they're subsidized is through, us as community members participating. And I'm hopeful. But I also understand some people's concern, the date and the time. But I think it's an ideal location. And I would tell you, anytime a person wants to do business in Pittsburgh like this, open arms, we're ready for them. And I believe I have no doubt that our community will embrace them. Hopefully it's in the numbers that will make them be successful and continue to support. Hopefully they'll join the chamber, and the chamber will share their message across the community, because it will be important that we share this information out. The number one thing will getting people to understand that it's actually out there and going to be in business.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. With that, do we have any other comments, questions from colleagues? Do we have any public comments on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. We have Lynn Doherty.
I just have a couple of things. Napa are not at all like our area. We don't have a tremendous amount of soccer moms. Can be dropping off, picking up their children. I'm not feeling that time slot. So is there a way that you could reassess if the first couple go absolutely south? Can we look at competing with some of these other farmers markets? Because, you know, a lot of us don't want to go very far. I'm retired. I can go any day, anytime. But a lot of people have to work, and they're not going to make it. So is there some sort of a thing in there where we can reassess if this does not work? Is that part of it? Who answers that? Because I know you can talk on agenda items, right?
I'll just say it's a pilot, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. It's a pilot, so we're testing it.
So it doesn't sound like it's testing. It sounds like you're just doing it, and the rest of us are just going to have to deal with it. I'm kind of worried about that. I think it's oh my God, nobody wants a farmer's market back more than I do. But I would really think that we need to have that happening. And also, so they're not getting paid at all for this? The person who's doing the coordinating everything, they're not getting any money? No, okay, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, I just really worried that it might not work for us just because, and we need to have that flexibility because nobody wants that to work more than we do here in Pittsburgh because we missed it, we've missed it. So there's gotta be something in that. You guys did this? Do you have any way we can reassess? No?
We'll take your comment and then we'll answer questions after.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Angela Carmouche.
Hello again, Angela Carmouche. And I love that the farmer's market is coming back. My only concern is the time. I would prefer a weekend. It feels like we're getting the leftover day that's available. I don't know why we're not a priority because I know for myself and many of my friends and family, we go to Brentwood to the farmer's market, but we cannot go in the middle of the week, 9:30 to 1:30 or whatever the time frame was. I work, so I feel excluded. Even if you have to have it on a Wednesday, why not adjust the time frame so that those of us that are getting off of work, I know when the time changes back, it gets dark sooner, but can you maybe adjust the time to where it starts later in the day into the early evening so those of us getting off work can also attend? Middle of the day, who are you catering to? We're also, the working class is also part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments?
Not on this item.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the council on this item?
The mayor, I'll go ahead and make the motion. I do want to be able to share and just lift up once again the background that staff had shared just in terms of, you know, this has been an effort for a number of years of trying to bring back a farmer's market and trying to bring back this type of activity event to the city. And so I know that we shared kind of the thought around the time, and I think that we all would love for it to be on a weekend, but this is what worked for the vendor, if this is my understanding. And we'll continue to advocate, and I think it's through demonstration of support of opportunities like this that we can show that, you know, our community can support, whether it's a farmer market or the same thing with any business that plants itself in Pittsburgh. It's really about the support that is provided by the community. So I'm definitely going to support it, but I definitely want, you know, I think we all, when we first looked at it and said a Wednesday in the middle of the day, you know, it's not the ideal, but for an operator that is still interested in coming to our community to try to make it work, I I'm willing to support it, to give it a try. So with that, I'll move the item in support of the current item before us.
I want to say that I am very appreciative of the lengths that staff has gone through to get this farmer's market back here. And it is a pilot, and we'll see how it goes, but it's a start, it's something, and I'm very excited that we at least have this back. And I'm willing to support shopping there. And if more people shop there, then they would have a desire to possibly maybe change the hours, who's to say? It depends upon how we as residents take care of them. So with that, I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to item number 8, adoption of a city council resolution accepting project 5704 Central Harbor Park and Boat Launch Facilities as complete and authorizing the city engineer to file a notice of completion. We have Mariana Mena, Senior Civil Engineer, doing the presentation tonight. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Adams and members of the council, community members, as well as city staff. My name is Mariana Mena, a senior civil engineer with the Public Works team, and I am here to present to you item number 8, Project 57, Central Harbor Park and Boat Launch Facilities Acceptance. This item is before you today to request formal acceptance of the said completed project. Tonight, I will provide a brief overview of the project, highlight the completed improvements, and summarize the final steps leading to project acceptance. This project is located at our marina shoreline, which is truly a gem within our community. The Central Harbor and access to the Delta from our shore has been treasured by families across generations. It has also been an honor for my team to be part of this project and to help deliver this facility upgrades. The facilities at the park and boat launch areas were long overdue for a meaningful upgrade. Some of the key improvements were the installation of 2 new Exolute restroom facilities, one at the park and one at the boat launch area, 88 accessible pathways across the park, expanded shade structure, a new fire pit with picnic amenities, a refreshed fishing jetty improvements, a new fish cleaning station, parking lot upgrades, and a police substation. Now, I will take you through a few slides of before and after improvements. Here is an upgraded gazebo, which now includes 88 compliant tables and sitting along with a more spacious and accessible layout. What we see here is the installation of the new Exolute restroom facility. The Exolute restrooms are self-cleaning restrooms equipped with self-locking mechanisms designed to enhance security, improve user experience, and help reduce vandalism. This jetty area has undergone a significant transformation. Previously, this area faced challenges with underutilization, maintenance, and unauthorized activities. With these new improvements, we have created a more inviting, accessible, and well-designed waterfront experience for the entire community. We have also added a new feature to the park, which is our fire pit area for our community to gather, relax, enjoy the view, and create memories with family and loved ones. Also, a new fish cleaning station was added to provide a dedicated amenity for anglers and improve the overall experience for visitors who enjoy fishing and boating along our shoreline. We have also made parking lot upgrades, we also made parking lot upgrades in which we raised the parking lot pavement by 12 to 18 inches to mitigate a ponding issue that was caused by the high tides. This project was born from our community. About 7 years ago, local residents, boaters, park goers, yacht club members, and other community members made it clear that upgrades were necessary, and they helped us shape the project's vision, which kicked off with design in November of 2021. The design was completed in May of 2024, and the project was taken out to bid in June 2024, and the construction contract was awarded to NTK in October of 2024. And the construction was completed in July of 2026. The construction's timeline was impacted by extended lead times for certain materials, as well as additional improvements and field adjustments that were identified during construction. Currently, this project was compiled with a variety of funds and also state grants. We received $3,544,395 from the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy Climate Access and Restoration Grant, as well as $400,000 from the USA EPA grant, $200,000 from our waterfront operations, $100,000 from our solid waste, and then our project total expenditures was $4,229,395. As you can see from the previous slides, we have modernized the aging park facilities and amenities. We have improved accessibility and public access to the Delta Front. We have expanded our opportunities for fishing, boating, recreation, and community gatherings. And as a result, we have support Pittsburgh's broader waterfront revitalization efforts. With the completion of these improvements, we recommend the acceptance of Project 5704, Central Harbor Park and Boat Launch Facilities upgrade as complete, and we recommend the authorization of the city engineer to execute and file the notice of completion. Thank you very much for your time, and we are here for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and again, just very appreciative of this upgrade for the community. To actually go down to the marina, it's beautiful, and to see people enjoying it, it warms my heart because it's sunny outside, and I saw someone actually sitting around the fire pits, and that wasn't there before. And so, appreciative to staff for making it happen, and another place, a placemaking here in the community for us that's upgraded. So thank you for those. I'm just enjoying it. It's one more thing to brag about Pittsburgh. So with that, do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on this item? Councilmember Kabata?
The day that the gates came down, immediately people started to flood the area. I decided, hey, I want to jump in on the bandwagon and go check it out. I went down there, and it was the most beautiful thing I've seen in so long. I had to take pictures. I had to share with everyone. I was so excited. And everyone was just waiting for this to happen. I appreciate all the hard work that you've done, their whole team, just the whole idea. This is something that we deserved for a very long time. And I'm very, very excited. This is another gem of Pittsburgh. But I do want to ask you to, if you may, one of the things as it went along, people would say, hey, what's this? What's going on here? Why does the bathroom look that way? And I would try to answer them, But one of the things that I wanted to say for record and for the public is on page 8, there's the cleaning station and that metal structure. I know what it is, but I was wondering if you can explain for the public to know what that little tower thing is, please.
Yes, so that is our antenna. This was an addition to our project in order, because we have added a PD station that you see right next to it, and that is to increase our footage for cameras and just capacity for security reasons.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And it's very exciting, I've been down there several times already. And every time I go, there's people just having a great time. And I'm walking around and I talk to the people, hey, do you like the new park? And they're like flabbergasted. They're just in awe of it. And it's a big deal. And I really thank you so much for that.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. Marty Perez.
Welcome.
Hello again. Just want to, it does look real good. I like it. I have a boat. I do a lot of hunting. I used to do a lot more hunting out here before, but I've used that marina probably about 40 years of my life and still use it. I just had a couple questions. The restroom hours, maybe I'm not sure who I need to direct this to, because it's, I went and tried to use it the other day, and the restrooms were, I guess when the light turns on red, you can't use them. So it was probably around close to 7 o'clock when we came back from the boat. So I'm not sure who's in control of that, but a lot of us hunters we fish through the tides. So if the tides are right, that's when we go out. So there's times we come back, it's late. It's maybe 8, 9, 10 o'clock. Sometimes even later, or leaving early in the morning it'd be nice to use a restroom if those things were able to be used. The restrooms, that was a big thing. The cleaning station, great idea. A lot of, throughout in different marinas from Half Moon Bay all the way up north to Fort Bragg, they got those. So it comes in handy. The only thing, you were mentioning the fire pits. I'm glad you mentioned that. There's a cover on there and a lock. How are we supposed to get in there and use it? Or who's supposed to use it? Do we pay to use that? Because that gate to get in there is also locked. So how are we supposed to use it? I'm not sure who's going to answer that. The other thing, hopefully it stays nice the way it is. I'm worried about the loitering that's already going on there. Okay.
Thank you for your comment. We'll have staff answer your questions after the meeting. Thank you. Are there any more public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, there are none.
Okay, thank you. All righty. What is the pleasure of the council on this particular item?
Through the mayor. Yeah, I actually just want to echo on the comments from the speaker about loitering. We've, through partnerships with state agencies and even residents' tax dollars, whether they come through state grants or our local dollars, have invested over $4 million into renovating this project. I think it's very important that our enforcement within that area against loitering, illegal activities, that we're taking a heightened approach, especially now, right? The park was closed for a while, and those activities ceased while that was fenced off, at least in that area. And so now that it's opened back up, we just need to be very vigilant and have a very firm approach when it comes to enforcement, because we want our residents to enjoy them. We want them to feel like they can bring their families there, use the facilities, and feel safe. So just want to echo that comment from the resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinellas. Any other comments from my colleagues? Okay. With that, we'd like to move this forward. What is the pleasure of the council on this item?
Through the mayor, I'll move adoption of a city council resolution accepting project 5704 Central Harbor Park and boat launch facilities as complete and authorizing the city engineer to file a notice of completion.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Madam Mayor, before we move on, I just want to extend my gratitude. I won't mention any staff by name, but literally almost every single department has touched this project over multiple years. And I would not be doing my job if I did not express my gratitude for the work that was associated with this project, from coming up with a great grant application that brought over $4 million to our community, to inspectors who ensured that the construction was done appropriately and held the contractor responsible for their requirements in their contracts, to those who are looking at how we're going to maintain and do some of the things that Councilmember Benales talked about. Literally every single department has touched this. So thank you to the wonderful staff that we have that helped make this project feasible and what we have open to our public.
Second that.
And Mayor and City Council, it is about 11 o'clock, so we need to take a vote on going past 11 o'clock to finish out the agenda.
Yes. We just take a motion. We are at the 11 o'clock hour. I'd like to make a motion that we continue to finish out the agenda for this evening.
I'll second the motion.
Do we need to cast a vote or do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Cabada?
Aye.
Councilmember Benales?
Aye.
Councilmember Killings?
Aye.
Mayor Adams?
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. We will continue to complete our agenda for this evening. The next item are conflict of interest statements. Do any members of council have a conflict of interest on any items on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none. I will make a motion that we adopt the consent calendar as submitted on the agenda.
I'll second that motion.
Please cast your votes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. We will now move on to council requests for future agenda items. Okay. Seeing none, we will move to council member remarks. Do any colleagues have any remarks? Okay. I would like to share a few remarks just to thank everyone for today's meeting. We got through today's meeting, but it was also great to hear from residents around their concerns during public comment. It's important that we engage in dialogue as a community and that we continue to reflect the spirit of Pittsburgh, which is caring about each other, and that means listening and also working together. And so I'm grateful that we were able to do that today, and I'm looking forward to, we have a workshop on July 30th where we will share more around data center projects and continue to take questions. If folks are submitting questions virtually, please continue to send them in advance so that we can address those things when we get together. And then I'm also excited that we will be together on August 3rd to talk solely about that project. And so it's our commitment as council to have community engagement and to answer questions so that the public has factual information and also the ability to be part of the process. And so I'm proud of us today in Pittsburgh for what we did. And so I wanted to call that out with us together. So with that, are there any further business? If not, I will conclude the city council meeting. We will adjourn on August 3rd for regular city council meeting. Thank you and good night.